All dignitaries are kindly requested to be seated as the main proceedings will commence shortly. All dignitaries are kindly requested to be seated as the main proceedings will commence shortly. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All dignitaries are kindly requested to be seated as the main proceedings will commence shortly. Meanwhile, several announcements are to be made for your convenience. In case of an emergency, all participants are requested to vacate their seats in an orderly manner and use the emergency exits displayed on the screen to exit the premises, and the hotel's highly qualified safety and security staff shall escort the participants as required. The IDs colored with red lanyard distinguishes the invitees for the group photograph. The IDs colored with red lanyard distinguishes the invitees for the group photograph. If you wish to raise a question at the end of each session, please hold the top section of your identity card on top of the media box as shown on the screen. If you wish to raise a question at the end of each session, please hold the top section of your identity card on top of the media box as shown on the screen. Wi-Fi is available throughout the conference premises, and the username and password are displayed on the screen. Wi-Fi is available throughout the conference premises, and the username and password are displayed on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing the conference in approximately 5 minutes' time. I kindly request all dignitaries to keep your mobile phones on silent mode or airplane mode as the conference will commence shortly. When the arrival of the chief guest, all are kindly requested to rise from your seats. Thank you. All dignitaries are kindly requested to be seated as the main proceedings will commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are witnessing the arrival of the chief guest.
Embracing the shimmering waters of the Indian Ocean, where nations connect and dreams set sail, the Sri Lankan Navy conceptualized a forward-thinking endeavor. It all began in 2010 when the Sri Lankan Navy, under the patronage of the Ministry of Defence, inaugurated the Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference. The primary objective of the conference is to provide a common platform for stakeholders of national and international repute to discuss and deliberate maritime-related issues. It also aims to promote collaboration in maritime security and facilitate sharing of knowledge and information among the participants. Over the course of a decade from 2010 to 2019, the Galle Dialogue served as a beacon of hope and progress. It responded to the urgent need for greater international cooperation in terms of maritime security. With each passing year, the conference grew in significance, attracting distinguished delegates from across the globe. The maritime experts, diplomats, naval officers, and policy makers engaged in fruitful discussions, sharing their invaluable insights and experience. Throughout the years, the conference became a catalyst for collaboration, fortifying alliances, and nurturing lifelong friendships. The Galle Dialogue truly functioned as a symbol of hope and collaboration, addressing maritime threats that jeopardize the safety and prosperity of nations. But then, the world faced an unprecedented challenge. The global pandemic forced a pause in the conference's journey. As the world grappled with uncertainty, the Galle Dialogue retreated momentarily. Yet, like a resilient ship navigating turbulent seas, the Galle Dialogue re-emerged, stronger and more determined than ever before. The vast expanse of the Indian Ocean not only captivates with its breathtaking beauty, but also holds a crucial role in the global economic theater. The Indian Ocean faces a host of growing threats such as piracy, drug trafficking, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, human smuggling, marine pollution, and maritime accidents which demand our careful attention. Amidst these perils, its significance reverberates through the annals of history, as strategic and military implications have etched their indelible mark on the Indian Ocean's narrative. Sri Lanka, a tropical island nestled in the Indian Ocean, holds a unique position as a strategic maritime hub. Its location at the crossroads of major trade routes and its historical significance make it an ideal host for an international maritime conference like the Galle Dialogue. As we are set to launch the 11th edition of the International Maritime Conference under the theme Emerging New Order in the Indian Ocean, let's be determined to build upon the foundation laid by the Galle Dialogue, working hand in hand to ensure a secure and prosperous future for our ocean and the generations to come.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ayubowan, Assalamu alaikum, Wanakkam, and have a very pleasant morning. On behalf of the Command of the Sri Lanka Navy, I warmly welcome the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Government Secretaries, and all foreign and local dignitaries present here for the flagship event of Sri Lanka Navy Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference 2023. The Galle Dialogue 2023 is a retrospection of regional and extra-regional maritime affairs, challenges and solutions of the past decade, while focusing on Indian Ocean affairs. The 11th edition of the Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference thrives on its decade-long legacy of connecting and providing a common platform for all stakeholders of the maritime domain to discuss and deliberate maritime-related issues with the purpose of providing inputs for formulating viable solutions under the theme Emerging New Order in the Indian Ocean.
A single flicker of light can illuminate the darkness, bring prosperity to the present and hope for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the following dignitaries to light up the traditional oil lamp and ceremonially inaugurate the proceedings of the conference. Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe,
Honorable Nimal Siripala de Silva,
Admiral of the Fleet Vasantha Karanagada,
Dr. Ram Madhav,
Mr. Sagalu Ratnayaka,
Dr. Willy Gamage,
Honorable Pranitha Bandara Tenukon,
Ms. Arune Vijayawardena,
General Sri Lanka Army retired,
Admiral Chachai Thompson of Royal Thai Navy,
General Shavendra Silva,
Lieutenant General Vikum Lianage,
Air Marshal Rajapaksa,
and Vice Admiral Priyanka Pereira.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to welcome you all today, now I would like to invite Sri Lanka Navy Cultural Troupe to perform the welcome dance, which is influenced by the traditional footprints of dancing.
Takkata gatta kunda gatta gaji tak jikundang gatta kunda gatta takkata jikkada dokkada nangkada tarikada kunda gaji tak jikundang gaji kunda gatta kunda ta.
Welcome to Sri Lanka.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after a mesmerizing performance, now we have come to the welcome remarks by the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira. Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira is the 25th Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy. He joined the service as an officer cadet through the General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University and graduated earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in Defence Studies with honours. He is also the recipient of the Sword of Honour from the Naval and Maritime Academy. He is an alumnus of the prestigious United States Naval War College, and his academic repertoire also includes 3 master's degrees conferred by the General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University of Sri Lanka, University of Wollongong, Australia, and National Defence University of the People's Liberation Army, China. He specialized in clearance diving and principal warfare and has commanded an array of naval platforms, inclusive of offshore patrol vessels, fast gunboats, fast attack crafts, and fast missile vessels. He also has the distinction of being the squadron commander of Sri Lanka Navy's elite 4th Fast Attack Craft Flotilla and commanding the Special Boat Squadron of Sri Lanka Navy twice. Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira is a 3-time recipient of Ranashura Padakkama, awarded for his bravery displayed during the protracted conflict period, amongst other service medals. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, to deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
The President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Commander-in-Chief, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, Chief of Staff to the President and the National Security Advisor, Sagar Ratnayaka, Admiral of the Fleet, Pasantha Karanagoda, Honorable Ministers, Honorable State Minister of Defense, Honorable State Ministers, Secretary of Defense, Secretaries, Chief of the Navies, and Heads of the Delegations, Chief of Defense Staff, Commander of the Sri Lanka Army and Air Force, dignitaries, distinguished invitees, officers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the very outset, let me extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the President and the Commander-in-Chief, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, for accepting our invitation and gracing as the chief guest of the inaugural session of Galle Dialogue Maritime Conference 2023. Let me, in general, convey my sincere thanks to all dignitaries and distinguished guests for being present here today to witness the 11th edition of Galle Dialogue Maritime Conference. Today, I'm very proudly standing in front of many distinguished leaders and practitioners of the maritime domain to welcome everyone to the 11th edition of the Galle Dialogue Maritime Conference under the timely banner, Emerging New Order in the Indian Ocean, a theme that holds profound significance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean is considered by many as the emerging global center of gravity and the place where the 21st century's power dynamics are revealed. Therefore, all of us present here have conscious responsibility to ensure the well-being of our future generations, particularly being a party engaging in decision process at top, middle, or at lower level for the stability and rule-based order in the ocean. The oceans will continue to be the main highways of trade in the foreseeable future. This also will continue to be the meeting ground of nations with their interests and ideologies, sometimes in accord and sometimes in conflict with one another. Transnational threats and the increased impact of climate change could alter existing maritime security dynamics, with increased transnational crimes caused by climate displacement, poverty, pollution, ocean warming, and acidification. These impacts could overwhelm the existing maritime security capabilities, stretch state resources, and increase the need for future ocean management and regulations. Furthermore, police in the vast ocean will create a huge challenge, especially in dealing with maritime threats and transnational crimes at sea. Moreover, the harnessing of shared ocean resources, especially the areas beyond national jurisdiction, has become a source of conflict. The ocean governance framework, as set out in the United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea and enveloping treaties, need robust implementation by nation states. Grey zone maritime conflicts or even conduct pose several challenges to international security and stability. My cognized estimate is that the Indian Ocean, the ocean that connects the East and West, is being subjected to overspill effect of grey zone conflicts of strategic competition within the rim and adjacent. Due to the complexity, vastness, and far-reaching consequences of these issues, no state can address them singularly. Thus, these multifaceted and complicated issues must be addressed as an intertwined set of challenges of global, regional, and national importance. This requires a collaborative, multilateral, and multi-stakeholder approach with concerted efforts by all stakeholders. It is in this context that the conference focuses on several key areas under the main theme including the Indian Ocean governance framework, transnational organized crime, maritime security concerns, maritime multi-domain awareness, maritime synergy to foster a blue economy, marine environment protection for collaborative maritime prosperity, and collaborative enforcement for sustainable ocean governance. I'm certain that the lineup, presentation, discussions, and formal and informal interaction taking place during the 2 days will be instrumental in this regard. Today, it is evident that there are 260 local and international participants representing 42 countries and 11 international organizations who are hand in hand to share thoughts for a common goal in this international conference. The Galle Dialogue over the years has contributed immensely to discuss most of the key issues in the maritime domain. This proves that the Galle Dialogue is a landmark event among maritime strategy forums, and our nation is proud to harness such a way ahead in common maritime goals. As Sri Lanka is in the center of the east-west joining sea route artery of Indian Ocean region, it is strategically important. The strategic importance is paramount. The Sri Lanka Navy is in transition from a small littoral navy that has gained battle-proven experience fighting against ruthless sea tigers of LTTE to a conventional medium-sized regional navy while fulfilling international maritime safety and security requirements in the Indian Ocean region. We are committed to conferring international obligation to keep sea lanes safe and free at all times in our sea area of interest, and looking forward to participate and collaborate with like-minded nations and organizations. In support of this process, SLN is drafting its maritime strategy in line with government economic reforms to enhance domestic and international stakeholders' effort in nurturing safe and secure Indian Ocean region. The Sri Lanka Navy has achieved success in developing partnership with regional and extra-regional navies in the fields of modernizing, capacity building, mitigating common maritime security challenges, and preserving maritime environment while ensuring the freedom of navigation for legitimate seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to mention that we have been able to successfully conduct this International Maritime Conference since its inception with the guidance and assistance of the Ministry of Defense. I, on behalf of the Sri Lanka Navy, wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of the Ministry of Defense for keeping the trust in us to organize this conference and the support extended to make this event a success. In addition, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the think tank of geopolitical cartographers for their assistance since the planning process of this year's conference. I wish all participants a very interesting, thought-provoking, intellectually stimulating and productive time in this year's conference while enjoying the beauty and the serendipity of our country during your short stay. It would be ungracious of me if I failed to appreciate the hard work of all naval personnel, those who toil so much from Chief of Staff down to the junior most rating, whose untiring efforts that made the Galle Dialogue 2023 a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, time has arrived for the opening remarks on the theme of the conference, Emerging New Order in the Indian Ocean, by the President India Foundation, Dr. Ram Madhav. Dr. Ram Madhav, Indian politician, social leader, author, and thinker, is the President India Foundation, a New Delhi-based think tank. Over a decade of India Foundation's existence, Dr. Madhav has been the curator of major global and national initiatives like the Indian Ocean Conference, the Dharma Conference, ASEAN Youth Summit Conference, Counter-Terrorism Conference involving heads of nations and leaders of governments beside academics, scholars, and public-spirited individuals. Widely regarded for his contribution in the field of strategic thinking, political philosophy, and India's foreign policy, Dr. Madhav has most recently been instrumental in ideating the Religion Forum 20 as part of India's presidency of the G20. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the President India Foundation, Dr. Ram Madhav, to deliver the opening remarks of the conference. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar and good morning to everybody. President of the Republic of Sri Lanka and the chief guest of the inaugural session, His Excellency Sri Ranil Wickremesinghe, Commander of the Sri Lankan Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, Honorable Ministers, officials, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset congratulate the organizers of the Galle Dialogue for choosing emerging new order in the Indian Ocean as the topic for this edition of the International Maritime Conference. This conference is taking place at a time when the world is witnessing a major transformation. A new world order is taking shape post the pandemic. It will not only be multipolar, but heteropolar, by which I mean that non-state actors like tech giants, global MNCs, global NGOs, transnational terror groups, spiritual and religious movements, all of them will be having a greater sway over peoples and nations. Friends, transformations are not always peaceful. They entail wars and violence, the kind of which we are witnessing in Eastern Europe and West Asia. I wish to pay my condolences to the families of all those who lost their lives in Hamas terror in Israel and the wars ensuing in these regions. Friends, Sri Lanka hosted the 23rd meeting of the Indian Ocean Rim Association Council of Ministers yesterday. and assumed the chairmanship of this important regional association for the next 2 years. Excellency, I congratulate you. Incidentally, India assumed the role of the vice chair also. We are confident that together our two countries can work towards developing IORA as a platform for promoting sustainable development, economic growth, and stability in the region, and helping navigate the emerging world order smoothly. We should also commit ourselves to building this region into a free, open, and inclusive one, where the rule of law guides the actions of all the nations and sea lines are not used for piracy, overexploitation, and terrorism. Friends, IORA is 25 years old. In its quarter century of existence, it has crossed many milestones. But a new formulation called the Indo-Pacific came into existence a few years ago and gained quick currency and traction globally. In its 25 years of existence, IORA hasn't come across any country promulgating an Indian Ocean regional strategy. However, today, from Canada to South Korea, dozens of countries have promulgated what they call as the Indo-Pacific strategy. There is no denying the fact that the Indo-Pacific region, the IOR, has emerged as the most important corridor of power in this century. The global power axis, which was situated in the Pacific Atlantic region in the last century, has decisively shifted to the Indo-Pacific in this century. It is in the Indo-Pacific region that economies of scale with massive GDPs with purchasing power exist. It is here that almost 45% of the world's population lives. The Indo-Pacific sea lanes carry almost 70% of the container trade and 80% of the energy trade. It is here that the world's biggest militaries operate and the region tops in military spending in the world today. But we must not forget that the Indo-Pacific is not one region. It's a confluence of two important oceans, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Any discussion about the Indo-Pacific naturally directs the attention towards the conflict in the Pacific Ocean, while the Indian Ocean is seen as though it was an extension of the former. The Indian Ocean region is home to dozens of countries, from East and South Africa to West Asia to South Asia to Southeast Asia to Australasia. A number of small island developing states are an important constituent in this region. While the Pacific Ocean faces severe challenges of great power rivalry and conflict, barring some bilateral irritants, the Indian Ocean region continues to remain largely conflict-free. My intention is not to minimize or dismiss the challenges in the Pacific region. I'm aware of the eventuality that as two contiguous regions, the challenges one region faces become challenges for the other two. However, unfortunately, the challenges that the Indian Ocean region faces are the opportunities that it offers hardly find any mention in the current global discourse. For example, one of the major stakeholder powers in the region, the United States, has not talked about Indian Ocean in its Indo-Pacific strategy vision until very recently. It was only a couple of years ago that the Biden administration acknowledged the entire Indian Ocean to be an important part of that vision. Indian Ocean region has its own strengths. The region is home to 35% of the world's population and accounts for 20% of world's GDP. 1/3 of the world's bulk cargo traffic and 80% of the world's oil shipments travel through these waters. It produces 40% of the world's offshore petroleum reserves. And it faces its own set of challenges too. With the changing global order, Indian Ocean region is turning into the focal point of strategic competition and power politics. The challenges faced by the region are also a microcosm of the multi-dimensional challenges faced by the rest of the world, like climate change, the unregulated rise of critical and emerging technologies, disruption of supply chains, and growing deficits in energy and food security. In addition, many countries in the region have been victims of debt traps and resulting crumbling of economies. I am confident that these and many more such issues would be discussed in the two-day dialogue here at Galle. I also hope that the efforts by leaders like His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe would result in establishing the Indian Ocean's distinct identity and role in the emerging world order. Some critical questions to ask at this crucial juncture include: 1. Who would be deciding the destiny of this region? The regional powers are the global powers. 2. Can an institutional framework be developed in the region for facilitating management and governance of the regional order in the ensuing decades? And 3. Lastly, but most importantly, can the region stay out of the evolving big power rivalry without being forced into taking sides? Ladies and gentlemen, as far as India's priorities are concerned, may I conclude by quoting our eloquent Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, and I quote, "It is our effort to develop an Indian Ocean community that is stable and prosperous, strong and resilient, and which is able to cooperate closely with and respond to happenings beyond the ocean. It is important to maintain the Indian Ocean as a free, open, and inclusive space." Thank you, and I wish the dialogue a grand success.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful remarks. As for the proceedings of today's conference, next we have the keynote address by the chief guest, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe. Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, the 8th Executive President of Sri Lanka, hails from a background rooted in education at the Royal College, Colombo. After earning his degree in law from the University of Colombo, he became an advocate of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. His academic journey also took him to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, United States of America, where he held an esteemed Robert E. Wilhelm Fellowship at the Center for International Studies. His remarkable political contributions to Sri Lanka were acknowledged with an honorary doctorate from the University of Deakin, Australia as well. May I respectfully invite the chief guest, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, to deliver the keynote speech of the flagship event of Sri Lanka Navy, Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference 2023.
Honorable the Minister, Dr. Ram Mahadeva, the Commander of the Navy, distinguished guests, and friends. I must first commend the Navy for recommencing the Galle Dialogue after the break of COVID-19. All of us have experienced this break, but it also gave time to rethink of the Galle Dialogue, the changes that are necessary, and where the focus should be. The general discussion so far revealed that it's good that we focus in the Indian Ocean and the surrounding areas. I think we would like to have the views of you all who are participating as to the area of focus, general focus of the Galle dialogue. In addition, we have Dr. Ram Mahadeva here, who's been the pioneer of the Indian Ocean Conference to bring attention to the Indian Ocean. So we have to discuss with the India Foundation how we can organize the separate discussions as a part of a collaboration and not as a part of competition. There's so much that can be discussed here. Today, discussing the new emerging order in the Indian Ocean. I thought of asking the question, especially after listening to Dr. Mahadeva, what is the Indian Ocean and what is its relation to Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific and the BRI? Asia Pacific is a construct. It began with the US construct of the hub and spoke system to consolidate its power after World War II in the Pacific, and an economic construct, Asia Pacific, which was joined by China and others. So it is basically economic construct. What is the BRI? It's also seen by some as a security construct, but most of us see it as economic and a trade construct, a China-centric trade construct, which builds on its historical trading relations with Europe and with Africa. Then what is Indo-Pacific? That's the latest security construct. I need not tell you what it is. You all know. What is the Indian Ocean? It's not a construct. It's a civilization. So that is the difference. These constructs take place and they can move out. They have a European construct of the Soviet bloc, the Western bloc. Now that has all disappeared. You've got European Union and you've got the Ukraine war. So these are constructs that are there for a time being and then disappear. Their constructs are on security and on economics. But this is a civilization. I mean, the world civilization has come out of this. From the Mohenjo-daros to the pharaohs to what you have today is all a part of a civilization. It's a civilization from which we have seen some of the world's best known religions. The birth of Hinduism, the birth of Buddhism, birth of Sikhism, Jainism, and even Islam came from the Arabian Peninsula. So all these have dominated our thinking. The cultures that have gone through, superimposed by the British Empire. It's a civilization that has, we have traded with each other, we have fought with each other, we have cultural links with each other. That civilization cannot be destroyed. You cannot wipe it out. What is the British Commonwealth? The majority of the members are from this area. Those are links that go on. So you have a civilization and you have the three different constructs. So how do we fit into these constructs? What do we do? So as a civilization, as a country, what else is the Indian Ocean? Indian Ocean is also a political entity, which Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific and BRI aren't. It's from here many civilizations came. The collapse of the British Empire and the Western empires were in the Indian Ocean. It's from here that the Colombo Conference, Colombo Powers Conference and the Bandung Conference brought out the Afro-Asianism. From here that non-alignment came. It's from here the concept of the South came. So we are basically a political organ. We are the ones that gave recognition to the non-European sectors of the world as colonialism was collapsing. Within it was the Indian Ocean. Well, you have the Indian Ocean Zone of Peace Resolution, which all of us have accepted, and you have late President Nelson Mandela's concept of the Indian Ocean for socio-economic and other peaceful uses, and you have the Jakarta Concord. So we've got these definitions of the Indian Ocean. So politically, we are different from the Asia Pacific or the other constructs. We are political. We think politically. We all have different views on the Ukraine war, but if you look at all the countries that didn't want to get involved, the vast majority are from around the Indian Ocean. It goes in every direction. So you see that there is a political thinking here, which must be taken in context and not outside that. It's not merely one of security planners. Do I move from this area to that, to the Indian Ocean? What do the islands think? What does Seychelles think? It's very small, but very important. What does Maldives think? How are they going to react? So these are considerations which are not taken into effect by many of the security planners. But these are things that matter. In the end, it will matter. So that's one. Secondly, the economic aspects. The developments that has taken place in East Asia and Asia Pacific, as Dr. Mahadeva says, will move into the Indian Ocean, to India, to Bangladesh. Similarly, on the other hand, you find the Gulf states. So you'll find two big economic centers coming up in the Indian Ocean immediately, followed by Africa. By 2050, Africa is going to be booming, and those who haven't should read African Agenda 2063. So it becomes a center. It doesn't mean that Asia Pacific ceases to be, but there'll be three main centers maybe: the West, the Asia Pacific, and the India. So then we have identity of its own in trading. So if you look at it that way, when Africa and all are trading, what is Sri Lanka's position? We are here located in the strategic, we have the strategic location. So if we develop our ports, we have Colombo, that's the big port, that's a regional logistic hub. We are developing Trincomalee with India, so that as the Eastern Indian Ocean develops, we are also benefiting from it. And we have Hambantota, because Hambantota means there are many ports that have been set up here in the Indian Ocean by the Chinese, by the Japanese, by others. So if you link up Hambantota with Africa, that's another commercial port. So how do you look at it? Those of us who know civilization and trade look at the long term. Those who don't look at it and ask, what on earth is this port funded by Chinese doing here in Hambantota? It obviously is a military base. So you have to understand how these issues operate. But ports are important. Remember that this part of the world will get control of the ports. With Dubai port that is coming in, world ports, you're taking over a large number. Others are also getting in. If Sri Lanka can get a few ports, we'll do that. We have to be in the game. So that's one important issue. Secondly, what about the airlines? Basically, airlines are dominated by the UAE and Qatar. And Qatar and they are also getting into airports. So you can see a new paradigm that is developing. India and Pakistan have already taken over cricket. India, especially with its IPL. MCC no longer is the home of cricket. If you want to know what happens, look at the IPL. Then you found Saudis and UAE and Qatar trying to take over football clubs in Europe. So it's a new game that's on. In Asia, we are moving around everywhere. So within that framework, that we look at. Does it mean that we reject Indo-Pacific? No, there is interconnectivity between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Look at Islam. It has come from the Middle East and gone all the way to Philippines. I think the few non-Islam nations are 4. Nepal, Bhutan, India, Sri Lanka. It's spread out that way. If you ask the Ramayana, they'll tell you the story in Vietnam. That's why it's called Indochina. It's gone in there. Take Sri Lanka, our Theravada Buddhism. What started here went into Myanmar, to Thailand, to Laos, to Cambodia, to South Vietnam. We are very much in it. Then the big connections on the Silk Road between China, India. India sent Buddhism across. Chinese came around here. So there is interconnectedness. So then how do we look at it? I think we in Sri Lanka then accept the ASEAN outlook of the Indo-Pacific as 2 distinct oceans. As Ram said, it's a distinct ocean, this is a distinct ocean. The global geopolitics will decide what stands we take, what we do. But we have to ensure one thing, that freedom on navigation and undersea cables prevail in the Indian Ocean. So this is why we must take the initiative now to go ahead. And what is the new emerging order? Last week, while I was free, I jotted down a few points to talk about the new emerging order. Yesterday I tore it up. What has happened in between has made what I am going to say redundant. But it will affect what is going to happen now after the Hamas attack on Israel. You could see politics taking its place. Israel has already formed a unity government. So destroying Hamas is one thing. They can take military action against it. But what's the reaction if you go and destroy Gaza? The whole situation will change in 24 hours. The whole situation will change in 24 hours. Nothing the governments here can control. From here all the way to Indonesia, elsewhere, governments will lose control of the situation. This whole picture, what I say, will change. It's not, I wouldn't envy being involved in those negotiations. What do? One hand, you have a unity government in Israel wanting to strike back. If you go into Gaza, you can, the whole Middle East will on fire, and that will affect all of us here, up to Turkey on one end, up to Philippines on the other side. It will affect Central Asia, including Xinjiang. So in the next few days, we will decide what the options are. I wouldn't like to be in President Biden's shoes. How does he handle it this way? Bad enough with allies on both sides. How do you handle it domestically? When you have to think of the Jewish vote bloc for the next election? And his difficulty of speaking with Congress, it may be easier for him to speak to Hamas than to speak to the Congress leadership. But it is that it's how delicate it is. But on his decisions will depend what happens. So all this what we said today can change tomorrow. So let's hope wise leadership prevails, and that we all, I think a lot of backdoor diplomacy is going on, that all that will succeed, and somehow we can hold the situation. Otherwise, we'll have to meet again to decide what the new order that has emerged. So I don't want to take any more of your time, but I'd like to thank you all and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now respectfully invite the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, to present a special memento to the Chief Guest, the President, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, for gracing this occasion with his invaluable presence as the Chief Guest.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a presentation on the indigenous military industry by Major General Renuka Raval, Sri Lanka Army, retired. Major General Raval has had a long and illustrious career spanning more than 30 years of unblemished service in Sri Lanka Army in the field of electronics and telecommunication. Major General Raval was the immediate past Director General Center for Defense Research and Development under the Ministry of Defense. May I now respectfully invite Major General Renuka Raval, Sri Lanka Army retired, to conduct the presentation. Over to you, sir.
President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ministerial Secretaries, Service Commanders, Past Commanders, distinguished guests, officers of Tri-Services, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure and a sense of profound responsibility that I stand before you today as the immediate past Director General of Defense Research and Development at this esteemed gathering of minds to present a topic of paramount global significance, the defense industry. In an era marked by dynamic geopolitical shifts and technological advancements, the defense industry stands as the vanguard of any nation's security and sovereignty. The defense industry is the cornerstone upon which nations build their security apparatus. It is not merely a collection of companies and technologies. Rather, it embodies the collective will of nations to protect their citizens, uphold their values, and preserve their way of life. In today's complex and interconnected world, the defense industry plays a multifaceted role, from developing cutting-edge military technologies to fostering economic growth and innovation. One of the primary challenges faced by the defense industry today is the rapid pace of technological advancement. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cyber warfare capabilities, unmanned systems, and quantum computing are reshaping the landscape of modern warfare and security architecture. As we embrace these advancements, it is imperative that we also address the ethical and legal implications that arise, ensuring that our progress is guided by principles of humanity and responsibility. In the Sri Lankan experience in defeating terrorism against Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, once thought invincible and the most ruthless terrorist outfit in the world, Sri Lankan defense industry has developed a wide range of armored personnel carriers and naval crafts that have been battle-hardened and proven for their maneuverability, lethality, and durability to a great extent. The Sri Lankan defense industry is proud to have played a pivotal role in the victory over the LTTE and continue to support the Sri Lankan armed forces in their mission to safeguard the nation. The Sri Lankan defense industry is a beacon of innovation and self-reliance. It is an industry that is constantly developing new technologies and capabilities. It is an industry that is proud to support the Sri Lankan armed forces in their mission to protect our nation. I am pleased to announce that the Ministry of Defense Sri Lanka has authorized to produce defense ordnance as a joint venture with the Sri Lanka Army and Navy, and to manufacture battle-hardened, battle-proven armored personnel carriers and naval crafts. This joint venture is a major step forward of Sri Lanka's defense industry. It would allow us to produce our own high-quality military hardware, which are equal or above when compared with similar products in the market. These armored personnel carriers and naval crafts were successfully used in prolonged counter-terrorism operations and are currently in service with the Sri Lanka Army and Navy. 6 such Sri Lankan Army-made armored personnel carriers are Unibuffle, Armored Personnel Carrier, Police Crowd Control Vehicle, Avalon 6x6, Uni Artificial Intelligence Mobile Operational Vehicle, and Mine-Resistant Armored Personnel Carrier. 7 out of many varieties of Sri Lankan Navy-made vessels are Cedric Craft, Wave Rider IPC, Fast Landing Craft Utility, Air-Conditioned Accommodation Type Wave Rider Inshore Petrol Craft, Rigid Hull Inflatable Boat, Admiral Barge, and Ambulance Craft. Let us now watch a small video clip of Sri Lankan-made armored personnel carriers and naval crafts. Three such Sri Lankan-made protective vehicles have been awarded the coveted United Nations certification for UN deployments. This is a testament to the high quality and reliability of Sri Lankan-made military hardware. Sri Lanka is committed to developing a strong and vibrant defense industry. We believe that our industry has the potential to become a major player in the global market. We also have produced various types of simulators, jammers, VHF and UHF transceivers, and are in the process of developing seaborne drones and unmanned aerial vehicles as well. At this moment, I would like to thank the President and the National Security Advisor for granting approval to proceed with this defense industry project, and the Secretary Minister of Defense for making this joint venture a reality. I would also like to thank the Commander of the Army and Commander of the Navy for their continuous support extended for this joint venture. Finally, we request our friendly foreign nations to consider acquisition of these products, which are highly maneuverable, highly protected, highly lethal, highly comfortable, and less vulnerable, and which have already proven effective in winning prolonged terrorism. These Sri Lankan-made armored personnel carriers and naval crafts would suit to fight against adversaries anywhere in the world, and we can guarantee that these products will give you performance par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sri Lankan Defense Industry brochure, which is given to you, contains all required information about Sri Lankan-made armored personnel carriers and naval crafts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural session of the conference, and let me humbly invite you all to participate for the group photograph. Only the heads of delegations from each country and the nominated delegates are kindly requested to leave the conference room without caps to upper lobby area of the first floor for the photo shoot. And I kindly request others to remain at your seats until the dignitaries leave for the photograph. For easy reference, The IDs colored with red lanyard distinguishes the invitees for the group photograph. The IDs colored with red lanyard distinguishes the invitees for the group photograph. I now kindly request the remaining delegates to use the entrance at the rear of the conference room to proceed to Cinnamon Room, which is across the main drag for refreshments. We shall meet again by 1040 hours to commence the plenary session of the conference. Thank you.
Check, check.
Okay, so here with the mouse. So he just gets his slide, which it's already put in the presentation mode, and then he. Can we see the presentation? No, but I'm only worried about the bulb. Next you are having all the connections. I just wanted to see whatever we have given is the one which you have, which you have a lot of other. एक आपको टच करना मैंने मैदे के सुलभ थे मैदे के पारक पड़ा हुआ मैदे का आपको नहीं सर
check, check. Check, 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 one. Check, 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 one, check, 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 check. check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check, 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 check.
This one.
This one.
This one.
This. check, 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 check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as the plenary session is going to commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as the plenary session is going to commence shortly.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. On the 11th edition of the Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference will be conducted with the collaboration of geopolitical cartographer, which was the brainchild of the Honorable President. The geopolitical cartographer is an international research foundation specializing in Indian Ocean. The geopolitical cartographer aims to promote the study, research and analysis of geopolitical, geoeconomic and maritime affairs developments in the Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean and the connected landmass, which are redrawing the global political order. The plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja. Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja is the presidential advisor on strategic trade policy and a board member of the geopolitical cartographer. He is also the Professorial Fellow in Economics and Trade at Gateway House in Mumbai, Senior Research Associate at the UK's Overseas Development Institute, and holds a visiting appointment at the National University of Singapore. He has a Doctor of Philosophy in Economics from Oxford University and has published extensively in macroeconomics, international trade, and economic development. With great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, let me now respectfully invite Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja to take the seat as the moderator, and may I also request the respective panelists, Dr. Ram Madhav, President India Foundation, Professor Dai Yong Hong, Dean of International Studies, Institute of South Asia Studies, Shenzhen University of China. Professor Jeffrey Till, Emeritus Professor of Maritime Studies, King's College, London. Mr. Salman Al-Farisi, Secretary General, Indian Ocean Rim Association. And Ms. Aruni Vijayawardena, Secretary to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sri Lanka, to take their seats on the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to welcome distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to this inaugural plenary on the emerging order in the Indian Ocean. I shall briefly kind of set the scene a little bit and talk about how we might run this panel. We are very fortunate to have had Dr. Mahadev and President Ranil Wickremesinghe giving us some big picture thoughts on what we might see in the Indian Ocean. And if I got the take properly, they talked about this being a highly strategic region with great potential globally. And this region could well become a quarter of the world's GDP by 2030. And it's growing faster and it's trading faster than the world economy since the pandemic. So it's pretty dynamic. So we have the economic side, which is the promise of great prosperity for these three subcontinents within this region. But at the same time, we have these different challenges which are brought about, not least of which is this geopolitical competition between great powers, which can put this prosperity at risk. We also have all these non-traditional security threats, illegal fishing, rising maritime crime of other sorts, environmental disasters, the debt problem, which is there for many small countries, and weak regional and global governance under the World Trade Organization and other institutions associated with this. So our job today in this plenary is really to take a deep dive into these issues and look at the opportunities, but also the challenges, and try to suggest some practical policies that countries in this region may adopt to create a much simpler and more prosperous order in this Indian Ocean. Now, we have an excellent panel here to give us food for thought and stimulate the thinking for the next sessions, which may go on. And their bios are available in the pack, so I'm not going to go through them in detail. In terms of the structure of the session, we have about an hour. So each panelist will have about 5 minutes. We have 5 panelists, so each panelist will have about 5 minutes for some short initial thoughts, ideally very policy-oriented thoughts. And then we'll have some kind of a discussion, and I will attempt to summarize the ideas. I will kindly request each panelist to be strict with the time of 5 minutes. I have a reputation for being quite tight when it comes to time. And we must set the example, I think, of the President coming pretty much on time and pretty much starting on time, and that's what we must do. May I invite now His Excellency Salman Al-Farisi, Secretary General of IRA, to give his remarks. Please, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to underline the geostrategic and economic cooperation, importance of the Indian Ocean, as already stated by previous speaker during this conference. Indian Ocean is one of the most crucial maritime region in the world, connecting major trade routes between Asia, Africa, and Middle East. It holds a vital choke point through which a significant portion of global trade flows, thus again holding geostrategic importance. With its approximate area of 70 million square kilometer, indeed, Indian Ocean, the third largest ocean in the world, plays an important role in the worldwide maritime, shipping, and fisheries industries. However, Indian Ocean region is also the focal point to both a traditional and contemporary threat, as there are many converging issues within the region's architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important for Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, which now Sri Lanka assume the chairship, to ensure that the Indian Ocean remain a zone of peace, security, and cooperation. Indian Ocean should remain peaceful and stable amid the projection of competing geopolitical forces. This region must be approached in a comprehensive manner, not only from the security aspect, but also from the economic development aspect. IORA, with its membership of 23 member states and 11 dialogue partners, serve as the first line of defense to build upon existing national, regional, and international measures. In line with the Charter, IORA seeks to build and expand understanding and mutually beneficial cooperation through a consensus, a voluntary, and non-inclusive approach. IORA continue working to address traditional and non-traditional security challenges by focusing on cooperation and norm setting to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth, among others by adopting IORA strategic framework of action to combat maritime debris in Indian Ocean region, developing IORA guideline to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing in Indian Ocean, developing blueprints on maritime safety and security, and developing guidelines on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Ladies and gentlemen, we witness the Indian Ocean region now is moving toward multiple additional entities with diverse priorities and interests. Therefore, IORA is keen to deepen its link with various stakeholders to ensure sustainable economic growth in Indian Ocean region. I wish to stress that sustained economic growth requires collective sufficiency and increased resilience of the people toward emerging global challenge. Collective sufficiency needs collective effort from all stakeholders in the region, including regional organizations and our dialogue partners. That is why IORA is now strengthening its collaboration with other regional organizations to synergize effort to maintaining peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. I believe that by working together to having secured, peaceful, and prosperous Indian Ocean, we will be able to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth in the region. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for these very insightful remarks on IORA and also for sticking to the time. Professor Till, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Can I have my PowerPoint presentation up, please? I hope this isn't counting as part of my 5 minutes.
No. PowerPoint එක දාන්න පුළුවන්ද කරුණා කරලා?
Okay. Right. Thank you. I think the real question, ladies and gentlemen, this morning is not so much what will the new order be, but really, will there be one? What happens in this region is a combination of internal developments and global ones, and I'm going to concentrate on the latter and their maritime consequence. But first of all, we need to deal, I think, with the black swan problem, the unexpected event that transforms everything. There are so many of them that, as Henry Kissinger has recently said, nearly all countries are kind of recalibrating their approach to the world. And two of the biggest of the problems, of course, are the black swans, like the COVID pandemic and the rate and intensity of climate change that we've all been seeing in the past few weeks. And I think both of these illustrate the point of the damage and the dangers of strategic inattention, not paying enough attention to what might be happening. And these were two black swans that really shouldn't have been. But I think there are three predictable events that are really going to dominate things. The first is obviously climate change, as I just said. The second is technological change. And the third is the prospect of international conflict. I don't mean fighting, I mean conflict. These are all very much interconnected, and I want to talk briefly about all three of them in turn, starting off with climate change. And I'm going to do it all from a maritime perspective, because as Mackinder said, we're all involved in all of this, and one should always remember that everything at sea is connected to everything else. So let me start by talking about climate change and affecting that. Now, we all know that the chemistry of the Indian Ocean is changing, its waters are heating up and putting everything else at risk. And this is especially dire for the fishing industry and the whole of the region, on which so much else depends. It's partly a function of climate change, partly a function of destructive methods of fishing. And the same kind of threats can be seen towards the sea as a means of transportation, as well as resources. So we need to get control of all of these things. And we know, broadly speaking, what needs to be done. Maritime domain awareness, effective governance, and so on. But developing that kind of capability requires a level of cooperation that in turn depends on the general atmospherics, political atmospherics of the time. I said that all these things were interconnected, and the interconnections are equally obvious when one talks to the second of my three predictables, technological change. Think of the role of fish aggregation devices in destructive fishing, for example. The fact that new technology is of equal benefit to the bad guys as well as the good. And we all know that one of the big issues now because of climate change will be the push for green energy. And we need to think about what the consequences of that might be, either if it's unsuccessful, or B, if it's successful. What will it do to the dynamics of the Indian Ocean region, for example, if the oil trade ceases to have the importance that it currently does? But the Ukraine war has also shown us that there are other forms of technological change that are challenging existing ways of doing things. Drones, AI, machine learning, the growth of the data sphere and all of that. We need to get a handle on all of this. But the Ukraine also demonstrates the fact that this is going to be difficult because of the undeniable trend towards international conflict, with China and Russia in their own ways and at time questioning how things should be done, at a time when there are genuine questions about the sustainability of US leadership. I would commend an article in the latest version of Foreign Affairs, for example, by Robert Gates, who raises some very interesting issues about all of this. So the prospect, actually, is not of New World Order. It might be of New World Disorder. I'd refer to this, Nagorno-Karabakh. Hardly any comment on the fact that what we've seen is the invasion of one disputed territory by another country with hardly any comment. Does this mean that resorting to force is going to be the new normal? Does this imperil observance of the principles of the UN Charter, which have dominated the world order to date? The consequences of that are so dire, it seems to me, that it really does raise the importance of de-risking those three predictables, and maybe another one as well. Apart from sticking to agreements, what do we need to do? Well, we need to identify the other side's point of view. How else can we properly react to it? Persistent engagement, despite everything, seems to be important here. We need also to develop the habits of cooperation where we can against common threats like piracy and things like that. Governments need to maintain options. and so do navies when they're designing their fleets in order to be able to cater for as many contingencies as possible. Now, I started with the Black Swan, the unpredictable event. But of course, the paradox is that the unpredictable is predictable. We know we're going to be surprised. We need to cope with that fact of surprise. I started with the Black Swan. I'll end with another analogy from the animal kingdom. One of my favorites, the meerkat. Constant watchfulness seems to me the emphasis that we should always focus on. Always making sure that in our horizon scanning efforts, we have one guy who's not looking in the same direction as everybody else. And it seems to me watchfulness, preparing, being conscious of the fact that there are real challenges that confront us is something that all governments ought to make a top priority.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
I need to stop you there. Thank you. So, Professor Till from King's College, London. Now, let me invite Professor Dai Yong Hong, who's Dean of International Studies at the Institute of South Asian Studies at Shenzhen University in China. Professor, you have 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yong Hong Dai from Shenzhen University, China. I think the topic today is very good, emerging new order in India Ocean. As I'm from a new emerging new economy, China, and I'm also from an emerging new city, Shenzhen, and emerging new university, Shenzhen University, which has only 40 years of history. So my topic today is about China-EU cooperation in maritime security governance in the India Ocean, a perspective of safe lane security. So originally I think that I might have for 10 minutes. So only 5 minutes, I can only talk the last part of my speech. So let's just go over all of this. Let's come to the direct last part of my policy advices, because this topic is going to look at the possibility for this emerging new order in India Ocean to see what potential cooperation we can have through the joint efforts of these outsiders and insiders in this region. So actually this first part I skip over. Last part, okay. I talk about the third prospects for China-EU cooperation. To talk about cooperation, we need to find the common grounds for the partners. What are the advantages and the disadvantages that the partners may have in their cooperation? So for EU and China cooperation in the security governance in India Ocean, I think that first, we should seek common ground while sharing differences, promote the convergence of ideas and the improvement of situations, institutions between China and EU in the India Ocean, and strengthen the maritime security governance structure. First, to build up specialized maritime governance mechanisms around common interests, strengthen cooperation within existing mechanism, just like Chinese escort to anti the piracy and the EU's Atlanta operation since 2008, and to safeguard the economic security of both sides and the security of maritime communications lines in the India Ocean, as both China and the EU depend on India Ocean heavily for its safety of trade and energy. So most of the EU countries and even the East Asia countries like Japan and Korea, they depend heavily on this safety of India Ocean line. And thirdly, to promote economic integration and cooperation and foster new growth areas in the India Ocean between China and the EU. Because I find that as EU has advantages in its port economy, its port construction, because you know the oldest sea powers are mostly in the European Union, and now China is very experienced in the port construction. So maybe China and the EU can find a common ground in this port economy growth areas. This is number 2. And number 3, strengthen cooperation at the legal level and make full use of international law to improve the Indian Ocean maritime security governance, as China also strengthens cooperation between EU, makes full use of this law. And they have some cooperation, as 2 years ago we had the seminar dialogue of sea-land security dialogue between China and the EU in Beijing. EU's embassy in Beijing, we attended that annual conference. And number 4, strengthen diplomatic coordination and jointly promote multilateralism in the Indian Ocean, because we need to hold the real principles of multilateralism. It's not the fake principle of multilateralism. It's not a narrow idea of cooperation. We should be inclusive instead of exclusive, right? Such as the BRI initiative, which is really a mutual learning and mutual benefits, and joint consultation and joint discussion and joint benefits. And lastly, I think number 5, attach importance to grassroots efforts to consolidate a community of maritime interests and build a maritime security community in the Indian Ocean. As I heard this morning, President of Sri Lanka mentions several times that the Indian Ocean is a public goods providing site, not for some countries alone. It's for all the human beings to protect the interests of the maritime countries as well as the landlocked countries is very important for the human being, because this is the public sea for most of the countries and for all the human beings. And in the bottom-up way, to expand interests and carry out cooperation. Today is a very good example of this grassrooted as well as official exchange side. Because I'm from university, I'm not an official. Actually, I'm very glad to have this opportunity to participate in this dialogue to discuss with my colleagues about the protection of our planet, the protection of our open sea land. So through long-term ocean participation, I think this goal can be realized through the joint efforts by China and other countries, friendly or even some unfriendly countries. I think to talk about the safety, to talk about the human being, we should work together for the common goal of the shared future for the mankind. Okay, this is my advice. Actually, I have 1 more minute to share this good model of global ecological civilization, Colombo Port City Coral Cluster Cultivation Program, which Shenzhen University has participated in this. Because, you know, Colombo City is a good example of Chinese BRI in helping our neighboring countries to realize the goal of modernization. The first phase of this project has been successfully completed, and now we are entering the second phase of business invitation. So now we have this, by the efforts of the former commander of Navy, Sherwan, he has built a center for this coral education center together with Chinese contractor. I think it's a very good way to do this. Look at this. Coral conservation and responsibility in China, as Chinese President Xi Jinping has announced initiated 3.
Sorry, Professor, can I ask you to now wrap up, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my last part. You can go over this. Ecological. Thanks.
That was Professor Yonghong Dai from Shenzhen University. And Professor, you will have a chance during the Q&A, which is what I want to get to. Now, may I please invite Foreign Secretary Ms. Aruni Vijayawardena. Please, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganeshan. So I won't go into the description that we have heard from many speakers before, which is that the shift of the global order towards the Indo-Pacific region and also to the rise of Asia in economic terms, in technological terms, in military terms, and also in terms of prosperity among the people. Now, in this shift, some analysts see an emerging new bipolar world dominated by geopolitical tensions and also competition, while others see a multipolar world with the rapid rise, including of regional powers. And to this, we had this morning from Dr. Madhav, the heteropolar, which is the technology and the other non-state actors who are part of this new order. So it is no longer just a theater of competition between and among great powers as in the past, but the new order is also a space where regional players and in addition extra-regional players are asserting their influence. And in response to these changes in the Indo-Pacific region, we also see the formation or enhanced relevance of a number of groups from the region and beyond. Among others, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, ASEAN, BIMSTEC, AUKUS, Quad, Indian Ocean Commission, etc. Now, in all this, what I would like to focus on is what is the position for smaller neutral countries like Sri Lanka. These emerging changes in the global and regional order provide new and enhanced opportunities for growth and prosperity on the other hand, and cause for strategic reflection on the other. Sri Lanka has historically endeavored to maintain an equidistant stance on strategic contests of larger powers in the Indian Ocean, as we believe in the principle of neutrality and cooperation with all nations and among all nations. The 1971 Indian Ocean Zone of Peace resolution has been referred to quite frequently in the last few days, more frequently than I have heard in so many years of my diplomatic career. I have heard more about it in the last 5 to 10 years. In pursuing national interests, we seek to maintain friendly relations with all states, whether global or regional, while upholding national sovereign autonomy, sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-intervention, and dignity. We believe that the respect for international law, such as the UN Charter and the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, provide pathways to navigate the evolving geopolitical landscape and safeguard the peace and prosperity of our region for generations. Based on bonds of friendship and cooperation with all, and in line with these internationally agreed principles, we also expect other states to adhere to these agreed principles in our mutual interactions. Geopolitical tensions and security challenges have the potential to disrupt the economic prosperity and tranquility we aim to achieve. While being mindful of the tensions in the emerging geopolitical landscape in the Indian Ocean, our objective is to engage constructively with all states for the prosperity of our own people as well as for the region, particularly in this time of economic crisis in the country. We also believe that multilateral engagement, including through regional collaborative platforms of practical engagement such as IORA and BIMSTEC, are constructive. They create institutional and human synergies for easing conflict arising from geopolitical tensions and security challenges which have the potential to disrupt economic prosperity, security, and the tranquility that we plan to achieve. Accordingly, we believe we can build trust and partnership by practical and operational collaboration on common challenges relating to issues such as transnational organized crime, maritime safety and security, sustainable use and protection of the ocean commons, investing in renewable energy sources, mitigating climate change, and promoting sustainable growth. Thus, in conclusion, the emerging order presents some complex contrasts. The region has achieved phenomenal growth and wealth creation, and yet it faces formidable challenges of sustainability, security, and wealth distribution. A visible abundance of prosperity is confronted by a perceived lack of security in the region. Flashpoints and choke points remain with attendant dangers of escalation. Many of the littorals in the Indian Ocean region, Sri Lanka included, do not want to be clustered onto whatever may be perceived as a wrong side of any given power contestation, as they obviously want to economically stand to gain from all sides for the well-being of their populations. We are therefore encouraged by the premise for those who are students of international relations theory that conflict is not inevitable and that peaceful coexistence is both desirable and feasible through enlightened international cooperation.
Madam, may I please ask you to finish? Thank you.
One sentence. Any theory of power theories of deterrence, containment, balance of power, de-risking, etc., will hopefully enhance and not diminish the space for this pragmatic cooperation while not entailing any new arms race, nuclear or otherwise in the region. Thank you.
May I now give the floor to Dr. Ram Mahadev, the President of the India Foundation, for any supplementary thoughts.
Thank you, Chair. I have already spoken at length in the inaugural session, so I will take just 3 minutes and just 3 points. Firstly, for us, the countries in the region, as His Excellency President highlighted in the morning, we are a civilization, not just a region. We have a distinct worldview about our oceans. They are not just regions for us, they are an integral part of our lives. Our gods live in the oceans. So we have a distinct view about the oceans. What is now important for us is to build a knowledge base based not on the parameters set by others, but based on our own ancient wisdom and knowledge. You develop a new thinking about these challenges. We need growth, but also we need sustainability. These two should be complementary. Our ancient wisdom can be of great help in developing ideas and institutions. Point number 2, taking from Professor Jeffrey's point, in the ensuing global disorder, how do you build order in this region? We are in a very plurilateral setup. I used heteropolarity earlier. I am using a plurilateral setup word again. Plurilateralism means we are in the midst of many minilaterals. Small groups of countries, no longer just states. Small groups. Madam already talked about how many groups exist in our own Indian Ocean region. We have IORA, of course. We have Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, BIMSTEC, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, GCC, ASEAN, Indian Ocean Commission. These are a few. So many of them are there in this own region. How do you build synergy? How do you manage this plurilateralism? This issue needs to be thought about, and that takes me to the last point. The third point is, how do you build institutions? Building order calls for building institutions. For example, His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim, President of Malaysia, talked about creating Asian Monetary Fund, AMF. It's an idea on which some thoughts can be probably given. Similarly, maybe we already have Indian Ocean Commission. There is a European Commission, and allied to it there is a European Parliament. If there is an Indian Ocean Commission, why can't there be an Indian Ocean Parliament? So how do you build synergy and institutions based on that synergy? That is an important question to ponder over, which will then automatically lead to building an order in this very disorderly world. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a bit of time for discussion, and President Ranil Wickremesinghe, when we met him to discuss this session, asked me to be provocative. So I'm going to ask some questions of each of our panelists and to give them a minute or so to answer, and then we can open it up to some floor discussion briefly. We have about 20 minutes or so, Commander. Would that be about right? So let me start with His Excellency Salman Al-Farsi. Much is expected of IORA to support the rules-based order in the Indian Ocean, but the Secretariat seems quite under-resourced and lacking in capacity. How will you make IORA fit for purpose, given all these challenges?
Thank you very much for the very difficult question indeed. But in IORA, we also the academic groups. That's why the academic group has also a very good role in giving us some policy recommendation for the organization to talk about. And then their input indeed will be brought to the gathering of the member states for discussion to get better coordination and collaboration on various issues that challenged by the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being a very good sport. I really appreciate that. To Professor Till, some compare the present polycrisis that you underlined in the Indian Ocean and East Asia with the dark days of the 1930s. What lessons from history can we be drawn to ensure that a naval skirmish between two major powers at sea doesn't become a full-blown conflict, a la South China Sea? How do we stop this in the Indian Ocean? Your thoughts? Simple question.
Yeah, big question. Thanks very much. Yes, I mean, there were incidents, things like the Japanese bombing of the Panay, the nationalists inadvertently bombing British ships engaged in ferrying refugees backwards and forwards, even the prosecution of submarines that were supporting the nationalist cause in the Spanish Civil War, that kind of thing. And it illustrates one of the distinctive characteristics of naval forces is that they are in close proximity in an internationally owned arena. So you can have a submarine from one country, above it a ship from another, and above that aircraft or drones from yet a third and fourth. There are no such divides as there at sea as there are on land. And in terms of conflict and tension, naturally that can lead to skirmishes. That can lead to incidents, and we've seen plenty of evidence of that in recent days. Now, there is one argument that basically what happens at sea can be isolated from what happens on land, and somehow we can park it, that it won't have this kind of adverse effect. In the old days of the Cold War, for example, there were lots of people who argued that you could have a limited nuclear war at sea that wouldn't spread ashore. I think such propositions have even less legitimacy and credibility now than they did then. We're talking about a world of interconnectivity. Cyber knows no boundaries at all, so it's bound to spread, if you like, whether you like it or whether you don't. So the preference, therefore, is to try and avoid the incidents. Basically, of course, by establishing and, most importantly, observing the rules of the road. to establish sets of rules about what can be done and what can't be done in situations like that. And here I'm referring to things like queues, for example. And also, I think I would go back to the point I made in my introductory remarks. A persistent engagement in events like this, for example, so that we know much more about what other people are thinking and can react to them more sensibly. To develop the habits of cooperation against common threats in order to be in a good position to react to the unexpected, if you like. And of course, as far as fleet designers are concerned, to maintain as wide a range of capabilities as the economy can afford in order to give governments the widest choice in how to respond to developing situations at sea. Or
Thank you.
else.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Now to Professor Yong Hong Dai, I'm going to ask you the easy question. The ambitious BRI is credited with building ports all over the Indian Ocean, but critics highlight maritime security trust deficits, low economic rates of some projects, and the risk of debt traps. What aspects of BRI implementation should be improved in your view, and what outcomes might we expect from the 10-year conference in Beijing on the BRI from 17th to 18th October? Very easy question for you.
Easy? No. It's a very, very hard question. But from different perspective, I think for BRI initiative as is Chinese proposed, BRI and Chinese president proposed other 3 initiatives except the BRI. And we have this global development initiative, global security initiative, and this year, global civilization initiative. Based on these 4 initiatives, we can understand that Chinese always uphold the principles of openness and cooperation, and peace and cooperation, openness and inclusiveness, and mutual learning and mutual benefits. And to talk about this trust deficit, I should point out this is quite misunderstood by some Western media reports. They never mentioned the positive or all the good aspects of Chinese proposed BRI, just like you will do in some other continents. They just ignore the positive benefits. They only focus on this negative sides of this. To talk about this Sri Lanka trade deficit, the trade, this debt problem, it is not created by China. Among all the debts of Sri Lanka government, only less than 10% is owed by Chinese 2 flagship projects, this Colombo Port City and Hambantota. Go back to read the books, and I should, to be a scholar, we should be very scientifically and objective, and to be scientifically rational. We cannot depend on biased information. Read news about China, written by China, by Western media, and by Sri Lanka, the local media. So all these informations should be combined together before we make our final conclusion to tell the story. So this is my answer to your question.
Thank you very much for a very clear answer. Madam Foreign Secretary, an easy question for you. So Sri Lanka, as you rightly said, is recognized as a pioneer in maritime diplomacy for its efforts in the Indian Ocean as a zone of peace, also the making of UNCLOS, and I'm delighted to see Dr. Rohan Pereira is over there, who was very important in that effort, amongst others. Yet small countries in our region are suffering from some economic challenges. What advice would you have from Sri Lanka's experience of rebuilding its brand in maritime diplomacy in the Indian Ocean region, given the crisis that we are now facing? What lessons would you give others in this region?
Well, thank you for the question. I would say Sri Lanka was a pioneer in maritime diplomacy, yes, but also in international peace and security, because that was what the Indian Ocean Peace Zone resolution was about, the nature of the world at that time, and also how this affects smaller countries like Sri Lanka. We see the current new order not as a challenge, but also as the opportunity, because if you have growth in the Indian Ocean region and in the Asian region, then these are also multiple opportunities for additional cooperation in the economic front and many other fronts in technology, economy, tourism, so many things. So while we are aware of the strategic and other challenges that are ongoing in this situation, we want to be in a situation where Sri Lanka, and I believe other smaller countries of the littoral, want to benefit from these opportunities that are around us. And this, of course, requires, because of the current situation, certain confidence-building measures which smaller countries have to demonstrate. So I think this is the current challenge that we face, that we have to simultaneously, while benefiting from the opportunities that we all hear about now with the global growth and focus shifting to Asia, that we also find out how to, in diplomatic terms, build these confidence-building measures in our interactions with the external world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, to Dr. Madhav, so the US-India bilateral partnership is increasingly concerned with the Indo-Pacific security. As reflected in Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States in June 2023, if my memory serves me right. How would you evaluate independently India's efforts to bolster regional security, including the maritime security dimension?
In one sentence, while the US looks at the Indo-Pacific question from the prism of free and open Indo-Pacific, FOIP they call it, India sees it from the prism of free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific. The word inclusive means how do we ensure peace, stability, freedom of navigation as an inclusive effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, but maybe if there are any urgent flow questions, I propose we collect 2 or 3 and then give the panel a short chance to answer. Are there any questions that people want to ask? If you can raise your hand or this, we can give the panel a chance to answer. There's someone in the back. Can we get them a mic? Yeah, please. Can you state your name and designation, institution, please, madam? And a short question, not a comment. Thank you.
Very short question. Medha Alvis, attorney at law. My question is, we spoke about pragmatic cooperation in this session, and we went to the extent of even proposing a parliament in the Indian Ocean region. I would like to ask on the entire panel, however, through the decades, we have never seen enough pragmatic, viable cooperation among the institutions like IORA and the other institutions together. We haven't seen that. So what are the real pragmatic steps that you would propose? And it's easy to propose steps, but for every step that you propose, what is the timeline that we can have? Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Did you want to ask a question, madam? I can't. Is there anybody there? Okay, I don't see any other hands. Let me just give the panel. Anybody would like to answer? Madam or Secretary General, would you like to start? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what the approach of IORA is indeed, as you mentioned, on a practical cooperation. As I mentioned earlier, that we are now developing what we call it as the framework cooperation to combat the IU fishing. We work with the leading country for that is France and Indonesia. We also working on the disaster risk management. India is working on the guideline on that, also as well as the guideline for the maritime safety and security. And on the environment issue, we are also working the guideline, the framework cooperation on marine debris, for instance. We are working also with Australia, for instance, and then in the next months, we will have a training program on this issue with Singapore and South Korea. So there are many practical cooperation that we have, and then now many dialogue partners that we have, 11 right now, and to be 12 under the leadership of Sri Lanka. We will indeed develop more and more cooperation, which is more practical and action-oriented to address the need of the member state. Thank you very much.
Madam, would you like to say something?
Yes, please. Thank you. I think that question is interesting because, you know, what we are looking at is that institutions can provide, that conflict is not inevitable, that you can create institutions for practical cooperation which foster, as the Secretary General was saying, collaborative efforts that help us to overcome these challenges. So there are in the multilateral, for example, in the United Nations, in IORA, in BIMSTEX, there are so many examples where collaborative platforms can help us to pull synergies together where we can avoid conflict. Conflict is not the only way we need to go. We like to strongly believe in that. And I think that is also the suggestion about the Parliament of the Indian Ocean is also that in that direction. Thank you.
Would anyone else? Dr. Madhav, would you like to say anything? And then we can come here, sure.
Pragmatism demands that while building those institutions or already managing the already existing institutions, we should respect plurality of voices. We should recognize plurilateralism. Nothing should be offered as fait accompli while building institutions. Nothing should be imposed. That is when, pragmatically speaking, any institutions can function. Today, the biggest challenge for existing multilateral global institutions is they do not function on the principle of number one, sovereign equality, number two, democratic pluralism. These two principles are not really recognized or acknowledged by our global institutions. Whoever has the power is running those institutions. So, talking of building these institutions that I proposed, these fundamental principles should be agreed upon. Fortunately, that is in our blood, in our, it's our basic characteristic in this region. So maybe we will be able to build institutions more effectively here.
Thank you. Professor Till, and then I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I think the key thing in the question was the question of timelines. How much time do we have to develop these sorts of institutions? What seems to me to be the lessons of both climate change, technical change in terms of things like AI and so on, is the fact that we're likely to have the problem before we have the institutions that can deal with them. We're always going to be reacting to these sorts of things, and the only thing we can do really is, rather than to create ideal theoretical institutions that can cope with everything, is just to develop pragmatically, in that famous word, the habits of cooperation as much as we can with those situations that we can deal with right now, in the anticipation that we are going to have to do everything on the hoof, as they say, without warning, without having thought about it previously, when these unexpected crises appear.
Please.
Okay. For the pragmatic cooperation mechanism establishment in Indian Ocean, I think two essential points are very important. The first one is to understand what is the basic principle of pragmatic cooperation. To my understanding, it is mutual respect and the real principle of multilateralism instead of exclusiveness, right? The second point is that how to get a solution to this deficit in this region, in its trust building. I think because differentiation of demands and capabilities inside the region and outside the region. For example, the countries within the region, their political systems, ideologies, and development philosophies differ greatly, and their interests differ. So we need to have mutual respect to differences in political system, different development philosophy, right, mutual respect. And the countries outside the region, the different resources and capabilities, different priorities, and different attitudes towards cooperation. So long as they choose to cooperate, we should cooperate with the countries, big or small, treat them fairly enough, big or small, right? This is the mutual trust. And the last point is about these characteristics. As I said, that's to seek common ground while sharing differences, promote the convergences of ideas and improvement of institutions. Maybe you have differences, but put aside the differences. Let's minimize the differences, but maximize the common grounds. Choose to protect our planet and protect this ocean. Okay, this is my understanding.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasurable task to sorry, Commander, did you want to say something? Please, can we give the mic to Commander, please? Thank you.
Quick, not a thought, but I'll probably like to direct this to Professor Jeffrey. Now, earlier today, I mentioned about this overspill of gray zone conduct or conflict into this region, and this particularly the maritime nations and the coastal states involving in this. Now, how do you suggest to mitigate this impact? We have enough problem already, the transnational crimes, the other issues than the maritime nations involving in the Indian Ocean in a conflict sense. So this, outside of the Indian Ocean, this gray zone overspill leading to conflict here in the Indian Ocean, how best that we can mitigate and prevent this happening in the Indian Ocean? How can we build more trust among these nations, maritime nations particularly, and try and avoid this?
Thank you. I think Professor Tilley mentioned you by name, so please.
Yes, I think the challenge of the grey zone is that it obviously makes sense for countries with major issues at stake to avoid war. And in order to try and secure what they want while still avoiding war, their temptation is to exploit the gaps, to find other ways of doing things that perhaps the other side hadn't thought of. And that's why there seems to be so much attention being paid to grey zone operations at the moment. And the problem where states, for example, behave with the kind of moral profligacy of terrorists, for example, and simply don't observe the rules of the road that have already been agreed, is that it kind of corrodes mutual trust that my colleague here has just been talking about. So I think the way of dealing with it is to try and do those sorts of issues about maintaining engagement in order to try and get over to the other side that exploiting gaps is actually a tactical move that has no real long-term sustainability. Because if we get to a situation where there simply aren't any rules, we will not have any kind of order other than the kind of order that applies in a jungle, where might is right and that's the only thing that matters. So that has to be avoided, it seems to me. So trying to avoid doing things that challenge the rules is effectively what we should all be doing.
Thank you. Let me try to briefly summarize this very rich and wide-ranging discussion. The first point, I think there is some agreement here that this Indian Ocean is a very distinctive region within this broader Indo-Pacific context. It's distinct from East Asia, it's distinct from Southeast Asia, it's distinct from the Pacific, and I think that should be recognized. And it's a region with tremendous opportunities on the economic side. It could account for as much as 25% of world GDP in the next few years. It would be an amazing region with the environmental potential, and there are these fish and resource stocks. And also it's a region with great potential for maritime-led growth around ports, but also within the hinterland of ports. And some of these opportunities were talked about, and for green goods as well. So that is very much on the table. At the same time, there are these challenges, and I think the one that came out particularly, which is existential, is the geopolitical set of challenges within the region. This was talked about in the context of a multipolar world, a heteropolar world, a plurilateral world. I think we learned a lot of new expressions here, which I think is very interesting. And then, of course, there is the environmental dimension, I think, that came out as well very strongly. And then the point about inclusion, which I think is very important. Inclusion across countries, between small countries and large ones, and also within countries. And the inequality that may arise within countries is also a tremendous challenge that can be there. In terms of solutions, I think there were many perspectives here. And the one that I picked up was this need to consider New World disorder. I think, Professor Till, you talked about this. We have to be in permanent chaos, I think is right. And I think Professor is drawing on chaos theory, and I look forward to seeing more from him. And we have to, in that chaos scenario, think about creating these trust relations between countries and build deeper trust through regular dialogue, such as this Galle Dialogue fulfills a very important role. We have to rebuild and strengthen the patchwork of regional institutions, IORA, BIMSTEC, and maybe even an Indian Ocean Commission in a proper sense, and going down the road to an Asian Monetary Fund or an Indian Ocean Monetary Fund. Why not Indian Ocean Monetary Fund? And institutions for that, or why not an Indian Ocean Development Bank? Maybe that's an important idea, and maybe we have great powers that might work together in such an endeavor. So institutions are critical to build the trust. And another very important idea that came out to me was that think tanks have a very important role to play in track 2, track 1.5 dialogues. These may be the India Foundation, the Geopolitical Cartographer, and many others in our region, I think, are very important. So we can discuss the difficult issues within an academic space and come up with very pragmatic solutions. And I was also struck very much by the idea that while everybody in this room deals with crises, we have to also have this idea of foresight and look at the future challenges. 1 or 2 people, I think, is what Professor Till said. And then we have to look at success stories. You pointed to 1 or 2 success stories in the Colombo Port City and the ecological dimension, and we must replicate success stories. And then particularly we have to have a mechanism for dealing with these possible skirmishes at sea and other conflict areas, and be very prepared for that. So we had a very rich discussion, and I apologize to this esteemed panel if I didn't capture all the important points. But I think we should give them a big hand for great discussions and being very sporty. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for being very sporty. Thank you, Professor. Sorry about my...
Thank you very much for the moderator and the respective panelists for the insightful session. May I now respectfully invite the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, to present the certificates to the moderator and the panelists of the plenary session. Dr. Ganeshan Vignaraja, please accept this memento. Yes. Professor Dai Yong Hong, Professor Jeffrey Till,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my dear.
It was
Very
really
good moderator.
well.
Timely, strict, the efficiency.
Very productive. But the president asked me, I had no choice.
Mr. Salman Al Farisi,
Keep in touch.
Of course, it would be great, and Admiral is a great friend. Collaborate.
Dr. Ram Madhav, and Ms. Aruni Vijayvardhana. Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to this first session of the Galle Dialogue International Maritime Conference 2023. The focal point of the first session will be maritime security concerns. This session will be moderated by Dr. Rohan Pereira and consists of 3 speakers, and the session shall precede the lunch break. Dr. Rohan Pereira, a President's Counsel, has had a long and illustrious career as a legal advisor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka for over 30 years. He was elected as the chair of the UN Working Group on International Terrorism in the year 2000 and continues to hold the position to very date. Dr. Pereira was elected as a member of the International Law Commission in 2007 and has served on the commission until 2011. In 2015, he was appointed as the permanent representative of Sri Lanka to the United Nations and continues to hold the position until 2019. Notably, he was elected the Vice President of the United Nations General Assembly in 2017. Dr. Pereira also served as a visiting lecturer in the Public International Law at the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo, and several other academic institutions, disseminating his wealth of experience and knowledge to the next generation of lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Dr. Rohan Pereira to take the seat as the moderator and also request the distinguished speakers, Vice Admiral Tarun Shopti, Director General Naval Operations of Indian Navy, Rear Admiral Li Peng Cheng, Deputy Chief of Staff of Chinese PLA Navy, and Rear Admiral Eric Rottenberg, Reserve Director Maritime Operations, United States Pacific Fleet. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause.
pleasure to be back in Galle once again for the Galle Dialogue. And I take pleasure, in particular, in welcoming my fellow panelists, Vice Admiral Sobit, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Indian Navy, Vice Admiral Li Penchang, and Director of Maritime Operations, Rear Admiral Eric Rottenberg of the United States. As far as the conduct of the proceedings are concerned, we will follow the rules of the previous panel. So each speaker will have 5 minutes, and we will enforce that to ensure that we make best use of the time that is now available to us, which is roughly about 45 minutes. By way of introductory remarks, we have seen the evolution of a treaty regime from the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea way back in 1982, coming down to the patchwork treaties like the Convention on Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the safety of maritime navigation, down to more recent instruments. But all these have resulted in incremental progress in different areas of the legal regime. It suffice to mention the concept of transit passage through international straits used for navigation, which became quite a hot issue in the context of the South China Seas, and also the question of safety and security of undersea cables, submarine cables. So these issues have all come up and dealt with in different ways in these negotiations. So with those remarks, let me request our first speaker, Vice Admiral Sobit of the Indian Navy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, I've had my session very abruptly cut short from about 20 minutes to 5 minutes, so it's going to be a big challenge from the planned 20 minutes to reduce and condense my thoughts in 5 minutes. Nonetheless, I will embark on this particular journey, but let me thank the Sri Lankan Navy first of all for organizing the International Maritime Dialogue, the conference rather. It's platforms such as these that give us an opportunity to discuss contemporary and future challenges, and as we have heard from the delegates in the morning, that is what is one factor in enhancing cooperation and collaboration to find collective solutions. So, I am Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti. I am the Deputy Chief of Naval Staff of the Indian Navy, and that is the subject of my talk this morning. So let me begin with the underlying principle of India's approach to this particular situation, and that's not just for the region but to the world in large, which is, to put quite simply and as articulated by External Affairs Minister, India will grow with others and not separately. And this in a sense sums up our outlook. In order to holistically comprehend the implications of the power play that we've been talking about, I will merely give you the gist of my thoughts, literally and figuratively. I will lean on that acronym GIST, which is encompassing geography, international relations, security, and trade and economics. Do we have the way of changing the slide? Can somebody change the slide for me? Okay, thank you. I got that. So that's what I've been talking about. Actually, I will not dwell too much on geography. I've just made a mention because some of our panelists in the morning talked about it, shared some statistics about the importance of the Indian Ocean region, the number of nations, the population that is affected by this region, and the potential for the economy, economic growth, also the amount of oil that is passing through. When I come to international relations of this region, I would say the global geopolitical relations as they are evolving significantly impact what is happening in the Indian Ocean region also, and primarily because that's affected by the geography of the Indian Ocean, which impacts international relations. And what is happening is that there are there's cooperation and there is competition which coexist. And with the centrality of the Indian Ocean region, the great power competition which is returning make this resource-rich region an arena for jostling between states for influence, resources, markets, and energy, amongst others. I move to the security aspect of the gist that I'm talking about, and the reshaping of the global competition is altering the geostrategic equations, which affects the security environment. Certainly, it's not as stable as it used to be, and it's characterized by a multitude of conventional as well as unconventional threats. There are a lot of maritime security threats, and eventually that leads me to the T of the gist, which is trade and economics. And if we do not have an environment where trade can move unfettered and there is reason to believe that there will be threat, there is obviously the impact that comes on the trade and economics, which affects not just this region, because the seaborne trade, just about 20% of the seaborne trade is in the Indian Ocean region is between the Indian Ocean region countries. 80% of it is cross-regional, and therefore the interests of not just the IOR countries, but also others across the globe have an interest in maintaining, the core interest in maintaining this region free for unhindered commerce. IOR navies actually, through sustained presence and credible response, must add value to their presence and to the region. And I come to this vision, which is to have what we have called SAGAR, which is security and growth for all in the region. And we invite everybody to participate in that vision. As has been stated, there is like-mindedness in this particular thought of A, which is the assurance and trust. Assurance that we will be there to step in and provide help to all our partners in the region. The Indian Navy certainly professes that and tries to demonstrate that at every opportunity, be it humanitarian relief, disaster relief. COVID-19 was an example, and we try and be the first responders in the region to give assurance and trust that we are there, and we are hoping that other actors also participate in this thought process. Leveraging competencies that we have, that is a matter of cooperation. Actually, collective maritime competencies are something that need to be built and partnered. No country alone has got the capability to do it all alone, and the only way to do it is to be partners, have a common thought process, take it from there, and everybody brings something to the table, and together, as I would say, I have one, you have one, together we have two. So that's the thought process. And as we unite, as a united force, we can leverage each other's competencies to build value, add value to the region, and try and diminish the impact of the power play that comes in this particular region. We have a number of dialogues and multilateral organizations dealing with this. We had talked about it in the morning, and therefore I come to the last part of the value, which is engagements. And our engagements, I believe, should be based on a shared goal of enhancing the region's maritime security quotient. In this endeavor, we aim to find regional solutions to regional problems through cooperation. And endeavors such as the Galle Dialogue, of course, will further harmonize collective endeavors in the Indian Ocean region, adding more value to the efforts of like-minded states. Now, through a contested present into an uncertain future, what we must collectively guard against are the nations that only pursue self-interests, and they hold self-interests above the common interests of the community and at the cost of regional stability. So this unnecessary contestation that this creates, it can start in the unconventional domain and has the potential for spreading into conventional conflict. And the effort here is to try and attenuate the power play through multilateral cooperation, an effort to understand each other's perspective and take it, try and remove the bias in our individual thinking and take it to the level where we can build mutual assurance, mutual trust, and take it forward to a point where we bring in greater stability in this area, attenuate the effects of power play, and therefore allow the maritime trade, economics to prosper unhindered. I believe that maritime nations are necessarily a maritime community, and oceans are our common heritage as well as destiny.
May I kindly request the distinguished Vice.
So my last line, power play in the Indian Ocean region can only be eased through a common vision of regional security and collaborative effort to achieve this vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, may I call upon Vice Admiral Li Pengchang of China.
各位同行、各位朋友，大家好。
Your Excellencies, Admirals, dear colleagues, friends, good afternoon.
刚才尊敬的主持人说，给我们5分钟的发言时间，我飞了8个小时，这5分钟实在是太不够了。
Just now, the moderator mentioned that we have only 5 minutes for the presentation. I think it's too short for me, who have fly 8 hours from China to here.
会议通知是20分钟，我尽量缩短时间，好吧？
Originally, we were informed that we have 20 minutes. However, we will try to speed up the presentation.
非常荣幸来到印度洋上的明珠斯里兰卡参加第11届高尔对话。首先呢，我代表中国海军司令员董军上将、政委叶华志上将对会议的召开表示热烈祝贺，向斯里兰卡国防部海军对中国海军的邀请表示感谢，向与会的嘉宾致以诚挚的问候。
I'm very glad to come to Sri Lanka, the pearl of the Indian Ocean, to attend the 11th Galle Dialogue. First, on behalf of Admiral Dong Jun, commander of the Chinese Imperial Navy, and Admiral Yuan Huazhi, political commissar of the Chinese Imperial Navy, I'd like to extend our warm congratulations toward the successful organization of this event, and our sincere greeting to the distinguished guests who presented here today.
下面我为要加强各国海军合作，携手维护海上安全做个发言。
Now I would like to share my view with the topic of strengthen Navy-to-Navy cooperation and join hands in maintaining maritime security.
习近平主席指出，我们人类居住的这个蓝色的星球，不是被海洋分割成的各个孤岛，而是被海洋连接成了命运共同体，各国人民安危与共。
President Xi Jinping pointed out, this blue planet that we human can dwell on is not divided by the ocean into isolated islands, but connected by it as a community of shared future. People of all countries enjoy safety and face danger as a whole.
中国政府领导人在这方面有很多的讲话和要求，我这里就不赘述了。
So I will not repeat the demonstrations and the speeches by our president.
自古以来，印度洋就是全球贸易能源的重要通道，素有海上生命线的自称。
Since the ancient times, the Indian Ocean has been renowned as the lifeline of the sea for its important role in the flow of global trade and energy.
但当前印度洋面临着诸多的安全风险，海盗、跨国犯罪、恐怖活动等时有发生，海上走私偷渡、难民问题困扰着许多沿海国，台风、海啸等自然灾害威胁沿岸民众生命安全。海洋生态环境保护、气候变化等问题已突出，地区冲突还未止息，给海洋和平稳定带来了不确定性。
However, it is now faced with various security risks. Piracy, transnational crimes, and terrorism happen from time to time. Coastal countries are troubled with maritime smuggling, human trafficking, and refugees. Natural disasters like typhoon and tsunami threaten the life and the property of people in the coastal areas. Problems like marine ecological and environmental protection and climate change are becoming increasingly prominent. The region is still far from conflict-free. All these have brought uncertainty to the peace and the stability at sea.
我高度赞赏这个刚才总统阁下讲的印度洋的重要问题是发展经济问题。
I totally agree with the president of Sri Lanka, who mentioned that the most important thing for the Indian Ocean is the economic growth.
海军是国家海上力量的主体，肩负着维护海洋安全和发展的重要责任，所以需要我们共同应对海上安全挑战，走互利共赢的海上安全之路。
As the main body of the National Maritime Force, the Navy is charged with the important duty of maintaining peace and the development of the ocean. So it requires us to strengthen our mutual benefit and win-win cooperation in maritime security.
近年来，中国海军秉持海洋命运共同体理念，积极践行全球安全倡议，积极同印度洋沿岸国家开展各领域海上安全合作，始终做海洋和平的建设者、海洋发展的贡献者、海洋秩序的维护者、公共安全产品的提供者。
In recent years, the Imperial Navy has been actively carrying out maritime security cooperation in various areas with Indian Ocean countries, and made our due contributions in building peace, boosting growth, maintaining order, and providing public security products.
我们积极履行共同的海洋安全责任和义务，积极维护国际海上通道安全，常态开展亚丁湾护航。这些年以来，为7200余艘中外船舶安全护航。
We have been actively fulfilling common maritime security obligations and duties, and maintaining the security of international maritime passageways. Through the escort operations in the Gulf of Aden, we have provided safe escort for over 7,200 vessels of both Chinese and foreign flags.
我们积极实施人道主义救援减灾活动，开展为马尔代夫紧急供水、马航实施客机搜救，为汤加和瓦努阿图运送救灾物资，菲律宾海燕台风灾后救助等行动。
We have actively carried out HADR operations, for example, emergency provision of fresh water for Maldives, search and rescue after the MH370 disaster, delivery of disaster relief supplies to Tonga and Vanuatu, and the assistance to Philippines after the typhoon disaster.
和平方舟号医院船9次执行医疗任务，为到访国一共是26万人次进行了治疗。
We have carried out our Mission Harmony series free medical services with our hospital ship Peace, which benefited over 260,000 people in her 9 voyages.
我们多次遂行撤侨任务，特别今年4月份，苏丹局势变化，中国海军舰艇赴苏丹港安全撤出941名中国公民和231名外籍人员。
We have actively conducted overseas non-combatant evacuation operations at Libya, Yemen, and Sudan. In April this year, the Imperial Navy warships reached Port Sudan to evacuate 940 Chinese citizens and 231 foreign citizens.
我们积极参与地区安全机制对话，积极参加印度洋海军论坛高尔对话，搭建中国与印度洋国家双边海军对话机制，与各国海军进行广泛的沟通，共同应对海洋威胁与挑战。
We have actively participated in building regional maritime security mechanisms. We have participated in cooperation platforms such as Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and the Galle Dialogue. We have established bilateral Navy-to-Navy dialogue mechanisms with several Indian Ocean countries. And we have carried out extensive exchanges with various navies and actively participated in the development of guidance of multinational joint operations in areas like maritime rescue and disaster response to jointly respond to threats and challenges at sea.
中国海军已经连续10次参加高尔对话，我们与各国海军展开了广泛的交流探讨，取得了重要共识。我相信，让太平洋成为和平、安全、繁荣、开放、美丽的自海的美好愿景一定能够实现。
This is the Imperial Navy's 10th Galle Dialogue. We have carried out extensive exchanges and discussions with various navies and achieved important consensus. I believe that with the joint, sincere, and persistent effort and cooperation among various navies, our good wish of building a peaceful, safe, prosperous, open, and beautiful Indian Ocean will definitely come true.
这里有几个观点，我与大家共享。我简单说一下。第一，密切各层级沟通交流。
Here I have several points to share with you. First, we need to promote exchanges at different levels to lay a solid foundation of mutual trust.
海军间的信任需要大家共同合伙和培育，需要我们不但公布海军领导人的友谊与信任，广泛开展国防与安全政策等问题的沟通，加强舰艇一线军官的交流，相互尊重，增进信任，并肩前行。
Trust between navies needs to be cultivated and nurtured by all parties. We need to keep strengthening this friendship and trust between Navy leaders. We need to carry out extensive exchanges on defense and security policies. And we also need to strengthen the exchanges between line officers and sailors to promote their mutual respect, trust, and interoperability.
May I request the Vice Admiral to begin to wind up?
Okay.
Next minute also.
中国海军致力于发展平等互信、合作共赢的海上安全体系，愿与各国海军加强战略沟通。
The Imperial Navy is aimed at building the cooperation mechanism with various navies and tries to expand the cooperation and exchanges and the communication.
包括刚才我与美国海军代表团团长，太平洋舰队作战局长将军，阁下交流的时候，我们俩的认识都是高度一致的。
And I share the same view with our U.S. Navy friend who was sitting on the platform here.
第二，我就念一下标题啊，加强海上行动配合，提升协同应对威胁的能力。
And second, we need to strengthen coordination of maritime operations to improve our capabilities of a coordinated response to threats.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to the next speaker. We have one more speaker on this.
Thank you.
I now have pleasure in requesting Rear Admiral Eric Rodenberg.
All right. Hey, thank you, Dr. Pereira, and good afternoon to everybody. It's an honor to be here with naval leaders and regional maritime stakeholders from around the globe to participate in these critical maritime discussions. First, I'd like to thank our host, Sri Lanka Navy, as well as Sri Lanka Navy Commander Vice Admiral Pereira. Thank you for hosting, planning, and supporting this impressive consortium of global leaders and for facilitating the important discussions. I'm honored to represent the United States Navy in these discussions to provide our perspective on emerging security challenges and opportunities for collaboration as we all work together to achieve a regional maritime security and the enforcement of international maritime law. On behalf of our Chief of Naval Operations and the U.S. Pacific Fleet Commander, I offer congratulations to the people of Sri Lanka as you celebrate your 75th anniversary of independence this year. We're also celebrating 75 years of bilateral relationships between Sri Lanka and the United States. Today, we celebrate the United States Navy's 248th birthday. Our respective navies are tasked with the protection of our nations at sea in order to defend freedom, preserve economic prosperity, and keep the seas open and free. It is most fitting that this gathering takes place in a country located astride the world's most strategic sea lines of communication, a critical piece to regional maritime security and international maritime law. The Indo-Pacific region is one of the most politically dynamic and economically influential areas in the world, hosting more than half of the world's population, nearly 2/3 of the world's economy, and 7 of the world's largest militaries. The maritime domain is therefore the lifeblood, not only for this region, but on a global scale. Security in the Indo-Pacific has become a prerequisite for the prosperity of world trade. Every day, half of the global container cargo and 70% of shipborne energy supply flows through this area. Because of this, we all have a stake in keeping it open, free, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. Maritime security is no longer just threats to seaports or infrastructures. It includes threats to sovereignty and livelihoods of coastal communities, as well as measures to promote economic development by sustainable use of the seas. Growing threats in the maritime domain, such as piracy, smuggling, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, human trafficking, continues to threaten our ability to use the sea freely to feed our people and drive our economies. It was great to see Sri Lanka Navy and Indo-Pacific Command co-hosting the Indo-Pacific Environmental Security Forum this past August, where many of these topics were discussed in great detail. As we've seen over the past few years, the global pandemic not only challenged our public health systems, but also brought about observable increases in smuggling, illegal drug trading, and human trafficking in the Indian Ocean region. As global crisis, conflicts, climate threats increase across the world, so do illicit activities like human trafficking, illegal drugs, and piracy. And while this region has worked to respond to those maritime crimes together, we can and must do better. It's more important now than ever for us to work together to promote the rules-based international order so that we can tackle these complex transnational security challenges head-on and achieve sustainable and lasting stability. For coastal nations, fish are one of the most critical resources. IUU fishing is causing not only ecological damage and food shortages, but also causing drastic environmental and economic effects to countries worldwide. More than 90% of global fishing stocks are fully exploited, overexploited, or significantly depleted. Today, the world's fish stocks are under stress not only from growing consumption, demand, and changing ecosystems, but also from deliberate efforts to exploit gaps in existing governance structures. And we saw firsthand power of collaboration, coordination, and information sharing during the global pandemic. We also practiced humanitarian assistance and disaster response and exercises that we've successfully worked together to respond with humanitarian aid and disaster relief around the world. What we practiced most during these exercises is the networking together, building partnerships and sharing information and resources to rapidly provide urgent supplies, essential care, and initial relief to alleviate human suffering. Now, earlier this year, we participated in a Cooperation Afloat Readiness and Training, CARET, in Sri Lanka with Sri Lanka Navy. The focus was to increase proficiency in humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and maritime security capabilities. In addition to the Sri Lankan Navy, it included participants in the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, the Maldives National Defense Force, and the Sri Lankan Air Force. These regular interactions are critical to increasing our maritime domain awareness and providing opportunities to practice interoperability so that when disaster strikes, we can all band together to respond and help alleviate the burden that one nation should not have to carry at all. Looking forward, the U.S. Navy will continue to be a steady presence and reliable partner in this region, such that we can learn from each other and build the relationships and trust that will be critical in times of need. We'll continue to press forward with information sharing initiatives because as nations cooperate in building common maritime picture of potential threats, regional security and confidence among neighboring countries increases significantly. Our efforts will not demand binary choices between competing systems. Rather, they will strengthen individual nations' sovereignty through capacity building and maritime domain awareness. We'll continue to work closely with like-minded navies to support sustained, favorable regional balances of power that safeguard security, prosperity, and the free and open international order. The Indian Ocean region has never been more important to global commerce and regional stability, and despite the transnational maritime threats we are challenged with today, our shared future is bright. The international rules-based system has fueled a prosperity that enables hundreds of millions of people in the Indo-Pacific region to rise above poverty. Only together can we face common threats of the 21st century. The United States Navy is committed to working as equals with any nation that embraces these time-tested principles. Our fellow Indo-Pacific nations should be free to choose, free to prosper, and free to chart their own course. It's great to be here with all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Rear Admiral. May I inquire from the previous speakers, they want to add anything more to what already been said?
Wait for the Q&A.
Q&A, okay. Then we shall now proceed to the Q&A. Start the Q&A. Yes. Convenient. He can help me to save it. Any questions, clarifications? There are a number of
I think there's one question, Dr. Usually between the lunch and the panel discussions is always a difficult period, but I think we have a question.
Sir, if you had raised that point before, I wouldn't have taken the microphone. So apologies to my dear colleagues here. We often hear about Sri Lanka and many other countries asking for not getting Sri Lanka or the Indian Ocean a theater of competition between great powers. So, can I have a comment on that from the distinguished speakers? We want to have the Indian Ocean far from this rivalry so often spoken about in research, in closed door, behind closed doors, but not addressed in this fora as yet. So, can I have your comment on that? Thank you.
Is your question addressed to a particular panelist, or is it in general terms?
I think we need to direct it to great power competition. I think direct it to all of us. We are between the PLA Navy, the Indian Navy, and the United States, we represent probably the 3 largest navies in the world, and so I think all of us own that answer to your question. I don't believe that perhaps great power competition in the Indian Ocean is a driving factor. What I believe that we all have an interest, and that the world has an interest in, is maintaining a peaceful environment that addresses climate change, fishing, smuggling, abuses that are around the world. So this just happens to be one of those many regions that is severely impacted. And so how we all work together, and whether that's through exercises and truly in a multilateral way of working with navies across the world to address some of those things. And whether they're in the Indian Ocean or in French Micronesia, South China Sea, working with countries to look at how we do humanitarian aid and disaster relief. Those are the important things of taking care of people and addressing world needs. So as we, I think, move forward, we'll continue to look at where we can participate with other nations to certainly drive things that we can help address. And whether that's sending the USNS Mercy, a hospital ship out to the South China Sea to do island hopping and help various smaller countries. I think those are all kind of role and have a role here. But I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but I'll let the other gentleman have some time before lunch.
So to that, I'll just add that I think if you look at it, the Indian Ocean region is a fairly stable and peaceful area. And we have not had conflict in this area for the longest of times. And the credit goes to all the people, all the nations, regional as well as extra-regional, to have ensured that we remain fairly stable. As there is a churning in geopolitical environment, there is bound to be competition. And I think what we're talking about is that we should be anticipating that this competition, or the power play as it may be otherwise termed, I call it competition, it's a more benign word, should not lead to conflict. And the stated intent of all the major players who have presence in the Indian Ocean region or have their interests in the Indian Ocean region, the stated intent is unambiguous, that they do not want conflict to come into this area and affect the stability of this area. And therefore, it's just a matter of working with each other to make sure that this stable environment sustains and the competition does not escalate into conflict, so that our mutual interests, which are not just regional but which are actually the global mutual interests, do not get adversely affected.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. 刚才两位将军讲的，我都赞同。
I agree with my colleagues.
关于这个问题啊，我的发言材料在后半段是有的，但是没有讲。
I have this answer in the untold part of my presentation.
时间关系，用我们外交部发言人的风格，我简单说一下。
So I will put like this question into simple sentences.
中国过去、现在和将来都不会谋求在印度洋搞军事这种竞争。
China has never is not doing or will do the seek for the military competition in the Indian Ocean.
我们有限的存在，也主要是为了维护我们的海外利益。大家可以看到，主要是亚丁湾护航、撤侨，还有其他的一些活动。
The limited the limited presence of the PRA and the PRA Navy in the ocean is only for the maintaining the national interests of China. As you can see in the escort operations in the Gulf of Aden, the evacuation, the non-combat evacuation operations, and other activities.
一个安全、稳定、繁荣的印度洋，符合中国的最根本利益。
Safe and secure and stable and peaceful Indian Ocean is for the best interest, serves for the best interest of China.
我们非常愿意和印度、斯里兰卡等印度洋国家和美国等加强合作。
We would like to strengthen cooperation with Indian Ocean countries like India and Sri Lanka, and including countries outside the Indian Ocean like the United States, to together maintain the stability, peace, and the tranquility of the Indian Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly the idea that regional solutions must be found to regional problems, that came out in the discussion. And of course, collaboration and cooperation must replace competition. So that would be a general sum up of what we heard. Are there any other comments? So there was this question of submarine, safety of submarine cables, which has been very, very dealt with by the law. The Sea Convention is just one brief article. But today we know the importance of submarine cables. The internet, we depend on submarine cables and not on satellites or other. So I would like to hear something from the panelists or the audience on the aspect of preservation of submarine cables. I remember last time we had a meeting in Galle, we went and visited the little beyond Galle in Madras, the station for monitoring submarine cables. Yes, please.
So very brief remarks on that. Undoubtedly, as you mentioned, that global communications depend on submarine cables, and it's not just true for the Indian Ocean region, but it's true for every other region. And I think we recognize that there is not enough being done on the protection of undersea cables. Of course, there is certain areas where the depth is so much that it's extremely difficult to access in any way, which also means that it's difficult to damage by any inimical interests. Mostly the access would be at the landing stations where the coast shelves and eventually land up at the coastal stations. I would only comment that we need to build mutual cooperation in this, and as of now there is nobody taking leadership on the protection of submarine cables, and I'm just hoping that as we go along there is something that develops on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric? Yes.
Can I, sir? Thank you, sir. I am Rear Admiral Alam from Bangladesh Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My question regarding to submarine cable. You see, the submarine cable company earns around almost $10 million everyday transaction, you know, everyday transaction, and which is a quite high amount, and there is ICPC. Why the onus of making sure that the submarine cable should be in right shape and right order should be only on the coastal station, not on the ICPC, which was established in 1948? Thank you, sir.
Would anyone like to respond? But I think this is an important issue to which not much attention has been paid either in the conventions or in state practice. So this is something we need to look at more closely.
So if I may share, I'm Admiral Columbage, former Navy Chief. In fact, Sri Lanka came out with a national strategy for the protection of submarine cables in the region, and many other countries showed interest at that time. This was about 3 years ago, and I think we need to build upon that. We develop it, I think, because it's common to all of us. And we all know 95% of our data comes to the submarine cable. So there is already a mechanism in Sri Lanka. I think our foreign ministry was leading that. So maybe we can build upon that to have a strategy for the Indian Ocean. So this is my response to what Dr. Rohan Pera said. But since the 3 major navies are present on the panel, I would like to ask your views on one aspect. Now we heard from the morning, we have so many forums to discuss maritime security, maritime safety, and since of late, maritime environmental protection is a key topic that we keep discussing. Whether it is IORA, IONS, Western Naval Symposium, Indian Ocean Commission, we have so many. And we always, now Galle Dialogue, is another one, Goa Maritime Conclave, NMF, all these are great discussion forums, and we always, after lengthy discussions, we produce outcome documents. But unfortunately, I have not seen anyone trying to synergize these outcomes into some coherent, forward-looking concept. Now I think it's high time we gather these outcome of all these forums, all these events, and someone sitting down somewhere analyzing it and come out with something concrete and positive. Otherwise we will keep on discussing this and finally we end up practically next to nothing. So I like to hear the views of the 3 major navies present on this panel. Your thoughts on this kind of an approach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that remark. May I ask Admiral Y.N. Jayaratna whether he would like to say something on this aspect? I know he is very much...
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panel. For others, I am Rear Admiral Y.N. Jayaratna, retired former Chief Hydrographer to the government and the Navy. Right now, I am working as a consultant on undersea cable for United Nations Office of Drug and Crimes. Since we talk about the undersea cables, let me explain what is happening. About 5 years back, United Nations understood that submarine cables are a critical infrastructure of the world. So as a result, UNODC is facilitating the coastal state to put up a national protection and resilience plan for undersea cables. It is ongoing and it was first introduced in Sri Lanka about 3 years back. Right now it is been introduced to the regional countries. What it's trying to do is to bring the coastal state responsibility into the protection of submarine cables. Whilst the submarine cables that connect the far east and far west that goes on the Indian Ocean are going through the jurisdiction of Sri Lanka and several other countries, and there are 10 cables that is connected to Sri Lanka. It is very important that the state have some responsibility and some resilience action plan in the protection, because all these cables are protected by commercial agreements that are very comprehensive, that have the insurance as well as contingency plans embedded into these commercial agreements. So that part is taken care of, but not the coastal state. So that is where we stand. This is for everybody's understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Jayaratna. In fact, I recall several years ago when the present president was the Prime Minister, he had a conference on the oceans, and this issue of submarine cables came up there. So it's a recurring theme and it's a recurring concern which must be translated into concrete action. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions, clarifications, either from the panel or from the audience?
我先回答问题。
I would like to respond some of the questions.
因为我跟将军阁下12年就认识，他访问中国的时候，他是海军司令，我那个时候当作战部长，我们就认识了，就好朋友。
I knew the admiral back in 2012 when he was the Sri Lankan Navy commander, and I was then the head of the operations department of the PRA Navy.
第一，我认为这个会议本身就是一个成果。我们斯里兰卡海军、斯里兰卡政府把这么多国家的海军，高级代表团，集合到这里来，共讨这个商量印度洋方向的安全与发展，这本身就是一个成果，体现了斯里兰卡的海军的影响力。
First, this dialogue, Galle Dialogue, this event itself is a concrete practice of fulfilling the achievement of these various mechanisms. We see that the Sri Lankan Navy have invited various navies to come to this event to discuss and to think on the solutions for security questions in the Indian Ocean. This shows the influence of the Sri Lankan Navy.
第二个，各国海军利用这个机会可以面对面的交流，可以沟通一些事情，比如说我跟美国海军代表团啊，我们这个太平洋舰队作战军呢，将军阁下还有我们其他的一些朋友，都进行了面对面的有交流，沟通了一些事情。
And this platform offers the opportunity for face-to-face exchange between various navies. For example, I had the very good exchange with the U.S. Navy counterparts and with many other friends from other navies.
第三个，我可以通过这个会议了解各个国家的一些对海洋的一些立场。你比如说，这次会议我就了解到我们斯里兰卡发展蓝色经济的这么一个构想，这对于我们也很有启发。我们可以在很多方面进行合作。
And also through this platform, we can get the information from other navies and other parties on their prospects of the maritime issues. For example, from this dialogue, we know that the Sri Lankan Navy, Sri Lanka is planning to boost their blue economy, which is a very good mind opener for the Chinese Navy, the PRA Navy. So we can still do some thinking and work on this area.
第四点，这一次可能来不及了。如果以后有可能开会议之后，可以搞一个什么高尔宣言啊，大家一些共识可以用书面固定下来，可以大家参照这个推行。
And
谢谢。
Also, I suggest that maybe in the future we can make something like a declaration, like we can call it Galle Declaration after the event, so that we can finalize and consolidate some of the achievements and we have achieved during this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion.
Just a couple of comments, Dr. Pereira.
Yeah.
Sir, former chief mentioned that there isn't enough synergy, there is so much talk, there's no synergy in action. When we had a unipolar or a bipolar world, there were distinct leaders in the world, and these leaders took the agenda forward. In a multilateral world, there are no leaders as such, and we have so many multilateral constructs that if there was one nation or one grouping that was to take the leadership, to take the agenda forward, say, to bring in synergy, which would be their perspective, would it be seen as that nation is building influence or hegemony, to take it even further? And then what would be the reaction in a multilateral construct? So therefore, in a multipolar world, and where there are many multilateral constructs, I would say that it's very difficult for anybody to really seize the leadership and take it forward. That doesn't, because that undoes the concept of multilateral construct. And but I would, in fact, I am an optimistic, and I would say that movement is slow, But I would say we are moving towards synergy. It's not as evident and not as perceptible, but with these plurality of multilateral constructs, there is movement, there is a positive movement, and we are eventually moving in the right direction of synergy. And I leave this thought, is it possibly a small country that can take leadership? Then, it's non-threatening. We have to contribute towards building that capacity for a smaller country to take the leadership in certain aspects. And I would suggest Sri Lanka is a suitable candidate for that. Because you have made sure that, your stated position is neutral, equidistant from any power play, any large countries. So why not Sri Lanka take the initiative? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral, for your suggestion. Any further reactions, comments?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Major General Chandana Vikramasinghe, Director General General Staff. At the outset, I would like to thank the Navy for organizing this event. And it's a great honor and privilege to be talked to the forum where the largest three navies in the world, and being Sri Lanka, we see. We talk about the 75th of independence, and out of it that we see the projection of power is being hampered to Sri Lankan independence as well as the Sri Lanka's security. And it's called particularly the Sri Lanka, due to the power projection of the world powers, Sri Lanka been affected the sub-threshold warfare. And because of that, we have been influenced, particularly of the soft power as well as the hard power. And our progress has been hindered in many times. So therefore, I believed, as a previous occasion, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, she articulated that Sri Lanka's important neutrality. The based on neutrality as well as yours one, our progress and Sri Lanka's geographical location is also important. So therefore, I believe this sub-threshold warfare or the effect of somebody's power is hampered in the Sri Lankan project. So to understand the respect of Sri Lanka's neutrality is important, and even the stakeholders of the Sri Lanka, the forces as well as the Navy is doing exemplary work. So therefore it's important to give you, sir, and I would like to talk. I would like anybody to answer the sub-threshold warfare or the effect of by the projection of power and effect of Sri Lanka security. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any reaction to that?
So you're referring to the effect of the power play on Sri Lanka itself, where the sub-threshold effects are playing and hampering the development of Sri Lanka. I don't think any power is meaning to do that. I don't know if there has been an inadvertent effect because of that. I think if there is competition at all, that competition is aimed to build capacity in the partner countries. So we might have 2 or 3 players, I'll take the case of Sri Lanka, participating. But the intent behind this is actually to build capacities within the country, and sometimes the competition comes up in building capacities. But I think for the recipient country, it's a win-win situation, because there are multiple powers who are willing to step in and build capacities. So therefore, I probably have a different view that it actually, I would say it does not adversely affect the recipient country. In fact, it positively affects the recipient country in whatever is the outcome of whatever competition that might take place in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. If there are no further comments, I think the...
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm
Professor Gamini Kirvella, Professor Emeritus, University of Peradeniya, and presently Executive Director, Bandar Nayaka Center for International Studies. We talk much about rule-based Indian Ocean and stability of the Indian Ocean. Very recently, there were two rulings by IJC, International Court of Justice, one regarding Diego Garcia, another one relating to the Philippines claim about this island. Both countries, United States and China, did not want to honor that ruling because they claim that it compromises and contradicts their national interest. In this context, how can we talk of, from the small states point of view, rule-based order in the Indian Ocean? Thank you. This is for the panelists representing China and the United States. Thank you.
So, currently, I'm not completely aware of what the United States stance was on the ruling from the UN and the International Justice. But we do strongly believe that the sovereign rights of nations are critically important, and where we can help protect small nations, can keep control of small islands free to their economy, then we are certainly going to help that, and we do that every day with our friends and nations from around the world, sailing together to show that we believe in the rights of sovereignty. So I'm not sure which part that you're actually questioning, but certainly we have seen a lot of this in the press lately with the Philippines and their ability to resupply the Second Thomas Shoal, just as an example. But that is again the rights of nations, and again, when we look at where do these small islands exist, and then look at historically where they've what nation it falls under. We try and we sail in the international waters. We and believe that every nation in the world should have rights to do that. So certainly we may not sign a document, but we certainly live up to that law. Whereas certainly in some cases nations will sign support to a document but not live to the law. So I think it's very important that we all look at how we address the rights of sovereign nations around the world.
这个问题我必须回答。
So I will answer this question.
我讲两个层面的事情。
I want to answer this from two levels.
第一，我们今天是高尔论坛，我们是在高尔，是在斯里兰卡的高尔，是在讨论印度洋方向的事情。
First, here we are at the Galle Dialogue, which focuses on the issues of Indian Ocean.
南海的问题可以在专门的会议上再讨论。
The issues in the South China Sea can be discussed in other circumstances.
南海，我们政府在南海问题上的这个政策和立场是非常非常明确的。
The points and the positions of the Chinese government on the South China Sea issues are quite clear.
我讲多了，主持人会不高兴。
And I'm afraid the moderator will not be happy if I say too much.
第二个问题，关于刚才这个我们美国代表团将军先生提到的关于 应该叫补给的问题，说我们阻止补给。我就说一句，我们菲律宾人，我们的这个目前的情况就是菲律宾人在人眼角上缺吃、缺喝、缺水了吗？
And
如果我们中国真不让补给的话，会出现这种情况吗？
And second, as our U.S. Navy friends have mentioned that the Filipinos are unable to resupply their people on the Renai Reef on their ship. So I have one question for everyone here. If the Chinese government stops them, forbids them from resupplying their people, did their people starve or short of food, short of water, or short of other things? Is it true? Thank you.
Thank you. I understand there's another question.
Okay, the last question for me. Yes, as Sri Lanka is in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and to my understanding, Sri Lanka maybe is the division line of the Eastern Indian Ocean and the Western Indian Ocean. So I find that the Galle Dialogue, it is the first time for me to be here, but I have been to Galle many times, 4 times at least. So I think that next time, maybe in order to create larger influence of this Galle Dialogue, I think that we can invite some delegates from the Western Indian Ocean countries, that is the African continents, so that this Galle Dialogue can be more influential and to cover this whole Indian Ocean rim. Okay, this is my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment, very perceptive observation. May I take it that we could be fast approaching the lunch hour? But I think we have had a very useful and productive discussion this morning. And I only wish to thank all the panelists most sincerely and members of the audience who came up with a range of questions. And wish you a good lunch and to enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Rohan Pereira, for moderating this session, and the 3 speakers for presenting their insightful papers. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to invite the Chief of Staff of Sri Lanka Navy, Rear Admiral Jayantha Kularatne, to hand over the mementos to the moderator and the speakers, please. Vice Admiral Tharun Shokti, Rear Admiral Lee Pengcheng, and Rear Admiral Eric Rottenberg. Thank you very much, sir. Prior to departing for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to convey that we are deeply grateful for the generous support of our sponsors for this remarkable event. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our platinum sponsor, Avantgarde Maritime Services, whose unwavering support has been a pivotal role in shaping this event. We also want to express our gratitude to our silver sponsors, Dockyard General Engineers and trade promoters, for their invaluable contributions. Last but certainly not the least, we extend our warmest thanks to our bronze sponsors, Bank of Ceylon, Tokyo Cement, NM Distributors, Haley's Aventura, and Dialogue Axiata PLC. Their partnership has truly made this gathering a resounding success. Ladies and gentlemen, also another announcement that the shuttle service will be available from the hotel premises to the Aralia Hotel, where the official banquet will be headed from 1800 hours onwards to avoid the rush hour traffic. And we shall now break off for lunch, which is held at the Cardinal Cafe, and meet again at 14:30. I repeat, 14:30 hours for the second session of the conference. Please be seated by then. Thank you very much.
We are Avant-Garde Maritime Services based in Sri Lanka. are avant-garde maritime services based in Sri Lanka.
Check this, check this, check this, check. Check this, check. Check. Check this, check. One, check this.
Banker Magazine UK names Bank of Ceylon as the only Sri Lankan bank to be listed in the top 1000 World Banks listing in 2023. We thank you for your continued loyalty. Bank of Ceylon, bankers to the nation. The Banker Magazine UK names Bank of Ceylon as the only Sri Lankan bank to be listed in the top 1000 World Banks listing in 2023. We thank you for your continued loyalty. Bank of Ceylon, bankers to the nation. The Banker Magazine.
Check.
දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම මේ ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. දැන් එනවනේ. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. මේ ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන. ඕකම ඔතනම තියන්න. ඕක ඇඩ්ජස්ට් කරගන්න බෑ මෙහාට මෙහා විතර වෙන.
session will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. The session will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. The President of India Foundation will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. The President of India Foundation will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. The President of India Foundation will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. The President of India Foundation will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. Session will be moderated by Dr. Ram Madhav, and 4 speakers are lined up for this session present by Dr. Madhav. Sessions will be moderated in ideating Revolution 24. Speakers are lined up for this session a renowned author and thinker, Dr. Madhav has over 300 publications to his credit and is a regular contributor to leading news platforms in India. Dr. Madhav has traveled widely across the globe to share his expertise in many prestigious forums. And it is indeed a pleasure to have your presence here in Sri Lanka as well to moderate and elevate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Dr. Ram Madhav to take the seat as the moderator and also request the 3 distinguished speakers. Let me now invite Dr. Admiral Takinakano Byaki, the Director General and Operations and Plans Department of the Maritime Staff Office, Japan, Maritime Byaki, the Director General and Operations and Plans Department of the Maritime Staff, Vice Admiral, Raja Nawaz, Commander Coast of Pakistan Navy, Operations and Plans Department of the Maritime Staff, and Commodore Simon Kelly, Deputy Commander, United Kingdom Strike Force of Royal Navy. To take their seats, the Zanki moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. To take their seats, the Zanki moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. To take their seats, the Zanki moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. To take their seats, the Zanki moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause.
Most difficult session.
Thank you.
Not just for you, but for people like me also. I was telling post-lunch session in time actually a siesta. I don't know about the Sri Lankan Navy, but like in my country, the time for siesta for our army people. Session in time actually a siesta. I don't know. But we have a very important session coming up in my country. The time for siesta. I hope in India we have this slogan, "How is the Josh?" But we have a very important session coming up. I hope our presenters, the very eminent presenters here, they will keep this slogan, "Away Josh," engrossed in the delegation. As you all know, this session is essentially about they will keep this fostering blue economy in the delegation. It's a good thing and also a slightly difficult thing. Good thing because there is no South China Sea, there is no Philippines and all that economy. As our friend was just mentioned, it's a good thing, peaceful session. It's about economy. But the danger is because it's too peaceful, there is the danger of falling asleep. As our friend was just keep yourself awake and follow the, it's about economy. But the danger is because it's too peaceful, broad definition for the blue economy. Although by now it yourself awake, so much everybody knows about economy. But in India, generally we define it as a broad definition, blue economy, something that encompasses a wide range of economic activities pertaining to sustainable. But in India, generally we define it as a broad definition in the ocean, related rivers, water bodies, and coastal regions in a manner that ensures equity, inclusion, innovation, and modern technology. But beyond the definition, whenever we talk about blue economy, We generally consider three important pillars. One is value creation, two is inclusivity, and three is sustainability. And the sustainability pillar we consider is the most important pillar at this time, at this juncture. We have to ensure growth. I mentioned in the morning also, all our countries are developing countries. They are yearning for growth. So that growth has to be ensured, but also sustainability should be the underlying factor while ensuring growth. So in this session, I expect our panelists to focus on some of these issues like questions of sustainability, blue energy, the new phrase, the energy resources that we can derive out of the oceans, which can actually, supplement our green targets to the tune of 21%. That is the scope, potential that we have. So about blue energy related issues, we have blue food issues, the fisheries and allied industry, tackling the challenge of food scarcity, food shortage. Then, of course, for all this to happen, blue finance, finding institutions that cater to the financial needs of blue economy. Not to forget that the impact of this blue economy, because in terms of sustainability, what is going to be the impact of it on, for example, issues like food security, poverty alleviation, resilience against dangerous consequences of climate change, maritime cooperation, job opportunities, and, as I said, the developmental needs of most of the littoral countries. So blue economy in that sense is a very vast topic. That's why I assure our three keynote speakers, that you have not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, you have 15 plus minutes, 18 to 19 minutes time is given to each one of you. You have ample time, this topic is big, so please feel free to take your time. May I start with you? Yes. General, Admiral, please. Yes.
Navy chiefs, senior and flag officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm Rear Admiral Takenaka Nobuyuki, Director General, Operations and Plans Department, Maritime Staff Office, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Commander of Sri Lankan Navy, Vice Admiral Pereira, for the wonderful hospitality, and my heartiest congratulations on the successful organization of the event. I would like to talk a little bit about the history between Japan and Sri Lanka. The first record of exchanges between Japan and Sri Lanka dates back to 1862, when a Japanese delegation visited Sri Lanka on their way to and from Europe. This delegation included the famous educator and entrepreneur Fukuzawa Yukichi, who is also the face of the Japanese 10,000 yen note since 1984. Later, Fukuzawa founded Keio Gijuku, the forerunner of Japan's first private university, Keio University. Students from university, including Zen master Shaku Soen, who was the first Japanese monk to introduce Zen to Europe, came to Sri Lanka to study Buddhism. Despite the distance at that time, in this way, the two countries were connected by the seas. At all times and across generations, the seas provide us with opportunities for exchange and development. Today, I will be giving a speech on the theme of opportunities and challenges related to the ocean economy and JMSDF activities. The Indo-Pacific region is the center of the world's growth and vitality and accounts for more than half of the global population, representing approximately 60% of the global GDP. For many countries in the region, the oceans provide immense opportunities for economic development. And to many of us, the ocean is essential to our maritime industries, such as transport and fishery. The stability of the ocean is the backbone for our country's activities. And the key to prosperity is the stable use of the vital sea lines of communication. The significance of safe seas, in other words, free and open seas in the region, is growing year by year. However, this region faces many challenges. In addition to the unilateral attempts to change status quo by force, IUU fishing, piracy, smuggling, and terrorism, and natural disasters caused by climate change pose a serious threat to maritime order in the region, and the threats are becoming more severe. The idea proposed to cope with these threats and challenges and to develop the Indo-Pacific Ocean as a global commons in the free and open Indo-Pacific. FOIP was first put forward in 2007 by the then Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo at the Parliament of the Republic of India. And the concept was unveiled in his keynote address at the 6th Tokyo International Conference on African Development in 2016. His speech advocated the ideology to aim to foster regional stability and prosperity by improving connectivity between Asia, which is experiencing a remarkable growth, and Africa, where possibility abound through a free and open Indo-Pacific region. Furthermore, this March, at the India Council of World Affairs, Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio announced a new vision called Our HOIP, which is a developed version of FOIP. The new vision focuses on enhancing connectivity of the Indo-Pacific region, fostering the region into a place that values freedom, the rule of law, and makes it prosperous, and with core principle of respect for diversity, inclusiveness, and openness. The Indo-Pacific region is at the core of the world's growth and vitality, encompassing half of the global population. Therefore, it's crucial for us to to secure the peace and prosperity of the region by pursuing the region as a free and open global commons. The slide, JMSDF. The JMSDF has been engaging in building stronger ties with other navies to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. I would like to share with you 3 of activities today. The first one is about our counter-piracy activities since 2008. We have been witnessing numerous piracy-related incidents off the coast of Somalia and in the Gulf of Aden. However, with multinational initiatives such as asset deployments as part of national tasking by countries, the setup of the combined task force 151 in Bahrain and Operation Atalanta by the EU naval force. Piracy activities are now shifting to a lower level, but it goes without saying that it's highly likely for us to see a resurgence of piracy if each navy's presence decreases in the region. As Somalia's poverty and instability, the root causes of piracy, have not been solved yet. The JMCF has been in this region since 2009, dispatching assets to ensure the safe passage of commercial vessels, sending staff to CTF 151 and other headquarters to strengthen cooperation with other countries' commands and to improve anti-piracy strategies. We will continue to hold presence in this region with other CMF participating countries to tackle threats toward maritime security and secure peaceful and stable navigation for ships in the region. Next is the JMSDF HADR activities with the increasing impact of the extreme weather and natural disasters that we are seeing in recent years. The Indo-Pacific region is inevitably the most disaster-prone in the world. Our country is no exception, and the JMSDF has been committed to many disaster relief missions so far. Using our experience in HADR, we have offered aid to countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Among them, let me talk about the volcanic eruption in the Kingdom of Tonga, which occurred in January 2022. The JMSDF instantly deployed JSO SMI LST to provide approximately 210 tons of emergency relief materials such as drinking water and equipment to help remove volcanic ash even under the COVID-19 pandemic restriction. Close cooperation with partners such as Australia and New Zealand enable us to complete our mission promptly and properly. We also work together with many other nations, governments, and NGOs to understand the needs of affected area and provide effective assistance, including livelihood aid at our ships. In this way, the JMSDF offers support and cooperates with other organizations in the event of a disaster. We are also working on activities to disseminate this knowledge and our expertise to many countries by offering HADR workshops. Lastly, let me share with you the JMSDF deployment in the Indo-Pacific as our third activity, which we call it the Indo-Pacific deployment, in short, IPD. The purpose of IPD is to be able to improve our tactical activities and interoperability with other navies, and to strengthen ties with them. During activity, the JMSDF dispatches destroyers to the Indo-Pacific and conducts various joint exercises with other navies that are also deployed to the region. Furthermore, our destroyers are equipped with disaster relief supplies to enable us to respond to a possible disaster when we are at sea. This year, we made 17 port calls during the 5-month deployment from April to September. The peace and stability of the region are essential for not only for safe navigation, but also for the energy security and economic stability in the world. The JMSDF will visit more countries and continue our efforts to strengthen ties between them for the peace and stability of the region. As we are in the midst of a complex security environment, the cooperation and collaboration between countries are imperative to maintain the maritime order, which is the basis for development of the maritime economy. The JMSDF will continue to make every effort to work together closely with our ally and like-minded partners in realizing a free and open Indo-Pacific. And in addition to avoiding unforeseen events at sea, we will contribute to strengthening and maintaining the maritime order. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude for the opportunity of this speech. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Nobuyuki. You have focused on the Japanese Navy's contributions to maintaining free and open Indo-Pacific, and your counter-piracy activities, HADR and IPD activities. Thank you very much. As you also mentioned, peace and stability is the prerequisite for economic development, and Japan's contribution in managing this region peacefully is a very significant one, which Admiral has highlighted just now. Thank you, Admiral. Admiral Nawaz, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the worthy moderator for allowing us the full 20 minutes and saving us from the agony to condense the thoughts in 5 minutes at such a short notice. Thank you, sir. It is a personal pleasure for me to be here at the Galle Dialogue 2023, and in the next few minutes, I should talk about reviewing policy coherence and coordination in the sustainable development of the blue economy in the Indian Ocean. Surely, The Sri Lankan Navy deserves commendation for successfully organizing Galle Dialogue since 2010. Sri Lankan Navy's commitment and resolve towards achieving regional maritime cooperation to face common challenges in the maritime realm through this dialogue are praiseworthy. The forum provides an opportunity to deliberate upon maritime-related challenges and their possible solutions. The scheme that I shall follow to cover this topic is as flashed. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that oceans and seas are critical elements of global economy, food and energy security, as well as for livelihood. As highlighted in the previous papers, oceans are the world's single largest ecosystem, covering nearly 3/4 of Earth's surface, thereby providing a massive arena for emerging complex and interconnected development issues such as climate change, livelihoods, commerce, and security. Accordingly, the concept of blue economy has thus gained currency as an essential element with respect to regional and global development. Ladies and gentlemen, among the world's oceanic divisions, the Indian Ocean is the third largest, covering an area of more than 70 million square kilometers. Indian Ocean, due to its vast expanse, also plays a crucial role in the global economy, biodiversity, and geopolitics. It is home to diverse ecosystems, supports the livelihood of millions, and serves as a key transport route for goods and resources. In recent years, there has been growing recognition of the potential of the blue economy in the Indian Ocean region. Ladies and gentlemen, majority of littorals in the Indian Ocean are developing countries and are home to 1/3 of world's population that rely extensively on marine resources for livelihood and food security. The sheer size of this population subjects the Indian Ocean resources to pressures from pollution, habitat degradation, and overexploitation. Moreover, the region and its resources face multidimensional challenges from climate change, impacts such as sea level rise, ocean acidification, and extreme weather events, the latter in turn leading to changes in distribution of aquatic species, community structures due to migration, and decreased economic productivity. It is imperative, therefore, to increase the cooperation towards conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and maritime resources as outlined in the goal number 14 of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Given the continuing growth of the human population in the coming decades, urgent action in the improvement of policy coherence and blue governance structure is crucial in order to preserve the Indian Ocean's resources for future generations, including those in areas beyond national jurisdictions. Ladies and gentlemen, blue economy has emerged as an influential concept for sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs, and ocean ecosystems health. It is redefining the role of coastal states, international organizations, and the global community in sustainable development. The ocean is increasingly being advocated as a development space by developing and developed nations. Accordingly, there has been a rapid proliferation of international and national blue economy initiatives. However, it has also brought to light concerns about oceans' health in face of increasing demands on oceans' renewable and non-renewable resources, marine pollution, and climate change. Thus, realizing this potential is not without its challenges, particularly in terms of policy coherence, coordination, and governance architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing on the existing examples of promoting blue growth and sustainable development in other regions of the globe, this paper will now discuss the major challenges and propose measures at national, regional, and international levels in the domain of policy coherence and coordination. At national level, most of the Indian Ocean region's member states have designed their respective national maritime policies and laws that separately address the issues pertaining to sustainable management in the domains of fisheries, environmental conservation, and climate change. However, there is often a weak governance framework at national level with limited implementation and fragile oversight mechanism, which has resulted in exploitation of countries' natural environment for the growth of blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, at the regional level, each country has its own set of priorities, interests, and policies according to national requirements. To align these policies at regional level, according to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 14, coherence, regulation, and management of blue economic activities is the need of the time. While there have been few policy initiatives in the recent times, regional efforts in the Indian Oceans have remained disjointed in general, and therefore advocates formulation of a strong regional policy framework with particular focus on food security, sustainable growth, and climate action. The envisaged inclusive multilateral framework agreement may introduce a system to provide an overarching framework of sub-regional and sectoral approaches covering marine areas, allocation of fishing rights, combating pollution and climate change mitigation, and other systemic issues. Achieving a balance between economic growth and environmental sustainability is a perennial challenge. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, destructive fishing practices, habitat degradation, and pollution are major threats to the Indian Ocean's marine ecosystems. Without effective coordination, the exploitation of marine resources can lead to irreversible environmental damage, impacting the long-term viability of the blue economy. Therefore, essential feature for success is through coordination amongst relevant stakeholders. Data concerning the Indian Ocean, its scientific scrutiny and onward sharing is usually limited. Integrated systems to identify and deter non-compliance through independent verification and auditing, additional data collection, improved data sharing, and scientific analyses concerning all activities and environmental impacts in the region are needed to monitor and adaptively improve cooperation and governance across the Indian Ocean. Mechanisms for sharing scientific research and data on the Indian Ocean's marine ecosystem among the IUR countries is vital. Collaboration in research is purported to help in understanding the dynamics of the ocean, the distribution of marine species, and the impact of human activities. Accordingly, evidence-based policies are essential for effective management and conservation efforts. In addition, countries having wherewithal of carrying out scientific research can play an important role by assisting countries without these facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, at international level, the United Nations Sustainable Goal number 14 underscores the importance of international collaboration. Bilateral and multilateral agreements, as well as partnerships with international organizations, can significantly contribute to the sustainable development of the blue economy in the region. Various global international agreements provide a common platform for law and policy development in the Indian Ocean region. Majority of Indian Ocean states have ratified the key international environmental treaties and frameworks for oceans governance that create obligations to protect and preserve the marine environment. Some of these include the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Convention on Biological Diversity, Convention on Migratory Species, Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, and the Agreement on Conservation and Management of Straddling Fish Stocks and Highly Migratory Fish Stocks. However, there is still often there's lack of detailed guidelines in national and regional policy frameworks for achieving the goals set out by these agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, conduct of exhibitions, conferences, and seminars for shared awareness and technology on sustainable development of blue economy can help in learning from each other's experience and can open multiple avenues, especially for the small coastal countries. Conduct of Gold Conference since 2010 is also an excellent example of one such initiative. International organizations can support capacity development in the region through training programs, technology transfer, and knowledge sharing. This can empower coastal states with the skills and resources needed to implement and enforce policies that promote the sustainable development of the blue economy. Blue diplomacy involves addressing disputes and conflicts related to maritime domain through peaceful means and negotiated settlements. Building trust and cooperation amongst nations is essential for sustainable development. Diplomatic effort can lead to the resolution of territorial disputes and establishment of mechanisms for collaboration in the blue economy sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, having discussed some of the proposed measures for suitable development of the blue economy, I shall now highlight Pakistan's efforts towards promotion of Pakistan's blue economy. Pakistan Navy is playing a key role in generating maritime awareness and channelizing efforts to reap full potential of Pakistan's maritime sector and promote blue economy in the country. In this regard, various measures are being taken under the ambit of Maritime Awareness Campaign Plan, some of which are regular conduct of maritime-related briefings and visits to relevant government officials and policymakers for maritime awareness and improved policymaking at the government level, restructuring of Ministry of Maritime Affairs to bring all stakeholders related to maritime affairs under one hierarchy, revision of the draft National Maritime Policy and Maritime Strategy, domain-specific research at Maritime Center of Excellence and National Institute of Maritime Affairs to render viable policy options to the government officials for development of Pakistan's maritime sectors, support for continuous systematic research and surveys for mapping of marine resources in Pakistan's exclusive economic zone, and in this regard, mapping of free gas, crude oils, and gas hydrates have indicated some promising results. Engagement with business community to promote development of maritime sector and undertake commercially viable projects to generate funds to contribute to national economy. Awareness at national level on implications of marine pollution, and after continuous efforts, Marine Pollution Control Board has been established to control the marine pollution in our maritime zones. Frequent mangroves plantation campaign in line with the government's vision of Plant for Pakistan are being carried out to secure the marine habitat. Since 2016, plantation of more than 7.5 million mangroves in coastal areas have been undertaken. Enforcement of effective mechanism against destructive fishing practices through joint operations of Pakistan's maritime security agencies and fisheries departments. Establishment of joint maritime information center to evolve as a hub of maritime information in the region through seamless coordination and information sharing between concerned stakeholders to augment maritime safety and security. The center is linked with 48 national and 7 international coordination centers. In order to support the effort for promoting blue economy, Pakistan has also recently conducted Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference known as PIMEC 2023 in Karachi, which was participated by a large number of international representatives. The purpose of this expo was to bring industry, business community, fishery, policymakers, and various coastal development organizations under one umbrella to chalk out common policies, goals, and areas of interest for sustainable development of blue economy. I would reiterate that Pakistan's maritime sector has huge potential, which is yet to be fully exploited for economic development of the country, and the government will continue to play its role for the development of maritime sector at national, regional, and international level. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, sustainable development of the blue economy in the Indian Ocean is a multifaceted endeavor that necessitates policy coherence, effective coordination, and international collaboration. While challenges such as fragmented governance, environmental sustainability, and security concerns persist, opportunities for progress exist through regional integration, blue diplomacy, and capacity building. International collaboration is essential to unlock the full potential of the Indian Ocean's blue economy. As nations in the region work together and align their policies, they can achieve economic growth while preserving the ocean's ecological integrity for generations to come. I thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Admiral. That was a detailed and a very comprehensive presentation. And I must tell you, you didn't take your full time. You completed your presentation in less than 15 minutes, but you covered some very, Friends Admiral covered some very important areas. For example, the issue of the areas beyond natural jurisdiction, or the issue of concerns of the ocean health. These are some of the very important issues, and of course the new phrase blue diplomacy is again an interesting concept that he placed before us, and of course he also place before us the Pakistan's efforts in managing blue economy. I found this Maritime Pollution Board to be really an interesting thing, which probably many countries can learn. Definitely, if we are not doing it already in India, we should also probably know more about it. Friends, we have Commander Simon with us from UK. Commander, your time.
Excellent.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
There we go, good.
Sir, Ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, and honoured guests, I'd like to open by thanking our hosts for organising an exceptional conference and for giving us the opportunity to meet and work together in this wonderful location. And I'd particularly like to thank all of those who work behind the scenes, because very often we forget the massive amount of work that has to go in terms of the organisation of this and the smooth running of it. So thank you very much. I'm honoured today to represent the Royal Navy and our First Sea Lord, and humbled to be presenting on a subject I know that some of you will know very well and are closely involved with, and a subject I think we would recognise is of considerable importance, both in terms of transitioning to a future that reflects the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, but also spurs economic growth whilst tackling climate change. A future that sees us preserving our oceans, the standard of life ashore and at sea, and safeguarding our future. And I thought the overview of blue economy and the broad impacts were brilliantly covered. And this dials in a little bit more narrowly on maritime transport within that sector. And for decades, the transport industry as a whole has been considering how to reduce its environmental footprint. A wide range of stakeholders has taken part in public debate on transport and climate change, and yet one sector has remained a little bit quiet in the conversation, and that is the sector of maritime transport. So understanding and tackling the shipping industry's role in environmental protection isn't as important as it is for other methods of transport. Maritime transportation accounts for the majority of global freight transport. Ships carry around 80% of the volume of all world trade and 70% of its value. And in addition, although shipping is considered the most energy efficient of transport, it still uses huge amounts of so-called bunker fuels, the byproduct of crude oil refining that takes a heavy toll on the environment. Global audiences are now calling on the maritime sector to challenge the status quo and limit its environmental impact and its overall place in the sustainable development of the blue economy. So the main thrust of the question would, on the surface, appear to be focusing on defining sustainable maritime transport, and from there considering a sort of net zero shipping, green shipping. And whilst this is a significant factor in terms of the sustainable development of maritime transport, it's only one facet in a complex and integrated system. And so I've sort of slightly adjusted the focus of the question just to make it a bit easier to sort of understand, and that is what is the contribution of maritime transportation to the sustainable development of the blue economy? So my paper concludes that rather than considering maritime transport's contribution to sustainable development of the blue economy through the adoption of a series of individual measures, that's to sort of narrowly focus on a green ship, it's a greater value to consider how the sustainable development of maritime transportation can contribute to broader transformation, which is not only of environmental benefit, but which offers significant economic benefit. In the same way we cannot continue to destroy our planet's ecosystem for profit, we cannot protect the planet while jeopardizing the livelihoods of the huge proportion of the world's population that depend on the blue economy, or by strangling the arteries through which the lifeblood of the world's economy flows. To support this hypothesis, the paper is broken down into three sections. So section 1, consider the definition of maritime transport within the context of the blue economy, outlining its contribution and economic importance, but also reflecting on the pressures that it applies across the social, economic and environmental sections. And then section 2 will examine the concept of sustainability and introduce the concept of environmental, social and governance, or ESG, as a lens that I'd like to sort of introduce you to consider sustainable development of maritime transportation. And then the final section will cover some of the impediments to the transformation of the sector and give you with just one example of how approaching the sustainable development of maritime transport, that is the importance of designing a whole life cycle for maritime transport, could form a model for the future. So in its broadest sense, the blue economy, or the ocean economy, is a term used to describe the economic activities associated with the oceans and the seas. In total, it's estimated to be worth more than 2.5 trillion per year globally, which the OECD predicts may double in size by 2030. It provides over 30 million jobs and supplies a vital source of protein to over 3 billion people. There is, however, no consensus on the exact definition, and the lens through which the blue economy is viewed depends on the organisation that uses it. The World Bank defines it as the sustainable use of ocean resources to benefit economies, livelihood, and ocean ecosystem health. But within the context of this paper, the most significant aspect is that the concept, as first highlighted by the UN in 2012, is underpinned by the requirement for sustainable management based on the fundamental argument that maritime ecosystems and the system as a whole are productive when it's healthy in every single sense. So within the maritime ecosystem of blue economy, maritime transportation is equally broad and includes passenger transportation, so that's sea, coastal, inland, passenger, water transport, freight transport, so sea, coastal freight and inland freight, water transport, and services for transport, renting and leasing water transport equipment, so pretty broad. We in the maritime community know and understand the strategic importance of maritime transportation to the global economy. Both maritime transport and its related activities have a disproportionately significant impact on that economy, influencing almost every sector, directly or indirectly. And whilst maritime transport itself is considered the lifeblood of global trade, a lot of other industries also rely heavily upon it, as an array of resources are transported to manufacturing centres and their products moved via sea onto the global market, sort of a form of the Mahanian maritime virtuous circle, you could say. Nope. One slide you see. So, based on a recent analysis of its economic contribution to the European Union, which accounts for a significant volume of the world's fleet, maritime transport and its related sectors constitute around 40% of the total value added of blue economic activities. Moreover, across a broad range of academic research, there is significant evidence indicating a positive link between maritime transport, related investments, and economic growth, with a stronger correlation with economic growth than land and air transportation. Beyond the purely economic benefits of the sector, historically, maritime transport has also had a critical role in proliferating ideas and culture, and for many maritime, transport supports leisure and social activity. Even though among all modes of transport, so air, road and rail, the maritime sector is considered to be the most environmentally friendly, maritime transportation still applies significant pressure on the environment, and there's an equivalent negative correlation between environmental impacts and economic growth. The major focus has been on the global impact of air pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions caused by ships and ports. This is primarily exhaust emissions, namely carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and particulates. As an example, the proportion of maritime transport of all globally emitted greenhouse gases is assessed to be as large as 2.9%. However, beyond these global environmental impacts, the local marine and coastal environment is affected by maritime transport as the activity generates the risk of accidents and acute pollution events. It impacts local ecosystems through the historical use of antifoulants, underwater noise, maritime litter, and the introduction of invasive alien species, mostly due to ballast water discharges. With the IMO estimating that carbon emissions from shipping could increase by 90 to 130% by 2050, there have also been calls for the maritime transport sector to do more. It's within that context that this paper proposes an expansion on the concept of sustainability and sustainable development. and introduces the concept of environmental social governance, which provides a useful model against which to consider the broader sustainable development of the sector as it considers the benefits of sustainability within a profitable business model. The broad concept of sustainability has been interwoven into almost every aspect of modern life, but can have a range of differing interpretations. While the terms are often used interchangeably, it is distinct from sustainable development. UNESCO provides the following definition. Sustainability is often thought as a long-term goal, i.e. a more sustainable world, while sustainable development refers to the many processes and pathways to achieve it. The UN Brundtland Commission report defines sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The UN has defined 17 Sustainable Development Goals, recognising the need to work together globally and holistically. Many of the SDGs require a change of mindset and behaviour for successful implementation. Sustainability is often considered as having three supporting pillars: economic, social, environmental. But the business community moves beyond sustainability and assesses financial performance and long-term value of potential investments by considering risks and opportunities associated with environmental, social, and governance, or ESG factors. ESG and sustainability are related, but not the same. ESG is more specific and focused on investors, while sustainability is broader and covers internal and external stakeholders. By considering ESG factors material to a business and taking a risk-based approach to strategic thinking and growth management, companies improve transparency across the whole organisation, allowing for better operational management and hence improving performance. The underpinning of ESG is that sustainability builds business value, with analysis concluding that resource-efficient companies deliver higher financial returns, higher levels of innovation, and corresponding margins and returns on assets and equity. By understanding the risks and issues presented across ESG, you can see how this presents as a useful model to apply to the sustainable development of the maritime transport sector, i.e. the processes and pathways to achieve sustainability, an approach that could be applied to every level of the sector, from a small-scale business to a national or multinational perspective. So this final section will consider one specific pillar of the model, that of environmental sustainability, a concept that is more than simply environmental protection. This section will examine some of the barriers to the transformation of the sector and introduce the importance of the establishment of a life cycle model to enable environmental sustainability. There are considerable structural issues that present the maritime industry from rapid sector-wide sustainability initiatives, particularly in terms of attracting private sector investment and supporting developing nations' needs. The transition of a traditional sector with a mix of infrastructure, shipping and supporting infra, in terms of the age of platforms and the breadth of operational requirements, infers huge investment, and the shipping market is highly volatile and cyclical with little stable cash flow. There is simply no incentive to apply technological or operational solutions to green the existing fleet or supporting investment in shipbuilding. These disincentives are amplified by a lack of certainty over technological solutions or a long-term vision for the sustainable development of the maritime transport sector. Additionally, there's been insufficient pressure on the industry to self-regulate or manage externally imposed restrictions. These factors alone demonstrate the importance of the impetus for change to come from consumers, from the boardroom and shareholders, and from the adoption of a broader model which integrates across the sustainability pillars to provide long-term certainty, profitability, and environmental protection. Given the structural challenges facing the sustainable development of the maritime transport sector, it's even more important that focus in this area is centred on the synergy between business value and the adoption of measures across the spectrum of ESG to satisfy the shareholders' demand for profit within an environmentally aware model. There are various emerging technologies available to reduce the sector's immediate impact on the environment. However, to be environmentally sustainable, the industry must adopt a model which assesses its environmental impact of the whole life cycle across every element of maritime transport. Moreover, it must be convinced that following a sustainable approach across ESG and applying its principles to asset design, procurement, operation, disposal can also provide opportunities for improvements and more efficient operation throughout the platform lifecycle. A critical element in sustainable development is incorporating environmental impact assessments and mitigation into every aspect of the sector to ensure we don't leave a toxic legacy. This can be achieved by designing with the end in mind and building in circularity, so we design to dismantle and reuse and recycle responsibility. This is particularly relevant given the very recent adoption of the Hong Kong International Convention for Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ships, which from 2025 requires that ships, when being recycled after reaching the end of their operation lives, do not pose any unnecessary risks to human health, safety, and to the environment. To consider the Royal Navy's approach to asset management as an example, which undoubtedly mirrors your own and the commercial sector, the life cycle is considered to follow the path of concept, assessment, demonstration, manufacture, in-service, disposal, so CADMID. Using this life cycle framework allows the designer to assess and minimize the overall impact on the environment. It equally applies to components, equipment, systems, and platforms. By undertaking an environmental impact assessment early in the life cycle, the full environmental impact of any platform across its life and into disposal can be understood and mitigated. The impacts of the production, transportation, and disposal aspects of a program are often overlooked, yet easily designed out during the early phases, and by reassessing through the life cycle, rather than attempting to remedy the impacts of equipment or platforms once in service. By starting with the end in mind, the design of the platform may be optimized throughout its life. The EIA should be reviewed at key milestones throughout the design process, for example, at design reviews and when a key design change is made, to assess the impact of the platform at each phase of its life cycle. The cost of designing mitigations at the front end is almost always lower and simpler than attempting to rectify later. The United Nations states that the blue economy should promote growth, social inclusion, and the preservation or improvement of livelihoods, whilst at the same time ensuring environmental sustainability of the oceans and coastal areas. My brief to you today, has sought to define the importance of maritime transport within the context of the blue economy, highlighting its significance to the global economy, but also outlining the impact it has across economic, social, and environmental pillars of sustainability, all of which are predicted to significantly increase in the near term. It highlighted a range of structural challenges to be overcome to transform the industry, providing a model for consideration which, rather than focusing on environmental protection and low-carbon vessels, broadened the concept of sustainability and introduced the ESG business model, which focuses on sustainability as a key factor in profitability. In meeting its ambitious sustainment development goals, the United Nations highlights the importance of global cooperation across borders and sectors, and suggests that governments, organisations and decision makers need to join forces to ensure that their policies are coherent. This paper suggests that within the context of the blue economy, maritime transport has an important role to play, and that with the adoption of ESG across the life cycle of its platforms, programmes and supporting industries, it can harness the synergy between the provision of a profitable livelihood today and safeguarding the future of generations to come.
Commander, thank you very much, and this is for people like me, a totally new area. It's a revelation to know that our ships can do so much good and so much harm also. Thank you, and your presentation was quite revealing, quite informative. Maritime transport, green shipping, how the shipping have an impact on ecological sustainability. Friends, I'm sure we all have really enjoyed the presentations by all our three panel speakers. This session is exceptional in the sense that it is running ahead of time. So either we can end it ahead of time if you all want it that way, or we can have enough number of Q&A. So the session is open for Q&A, but our organizers have decided that we should follow this system of using your ID cards. You can just tap it on the instrument in front of you on the table. I get your names on the screen here. Then I will call you all one by one, depending on the number of questions we have. But rest assured, we have enough time for Q&A. But I disclose that if you don't ask, we can end soon. So please don't refrain from asking. Please do ask. Oh, wow. We have the first question from Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam Sab from Bangladesh. Sab, please identify. Yes. Mic, please. You may please mention if it is directed to any one of the panelists, you may directly mention that answer.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, my question is directed to Admiral Takanake from Japan. And I have two parts of the question. First one is your presentation on the free, open Indo-Pacific was a very good one, but your limit of the FYP was shown up to the east coast of Africa. But the limit of the US FYP is normally shown up the east coast of India. And like others, France, Canada, they all have separate limits in their declaration. Do you think is going to create some misconception among the other countries, in case of following the FYP, which one to follow, where to go? That is the first part. The other part is, as you all know, that both Japan, China and USA, you are having military base in Djibouti within 200 meters of each other and living quite well. There's no problem there, So do you as an admiral think that the Indian Ocean is big enough space for accommodating all these big powers in the future, or is going to create a big problem? Thank you.
Admiral, before you answer, just one clarification. US vision includes India's western coastline as the limit,
yes,
not
sir.
the eastern.
Yeah, western coastline, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Admiral, you can please.
Just a moment, please. I have to understand what you say. Just a moment, please.
If others have questions, you can continue that procedure. Just tap on the machine.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for you. The first question, I speak Japanese, just a moment, and translate her. She's translate my speech. 一つ目のフォイブのインド洋と太平洋を結ぶ絵についての大きすぎるのではないかとか、アメリカ、フランスなどとのギャップ、考え方のギャップがあるという質問なんですけど、フォイップが目指しているのはインド洋と太平洋が連結する非常に大きなエリアであって、そこの安定性を保つことが大事だと、それが国々の発展に大きく寄与するという考え方です。これが一つあります。イメージ、アフリカ東岸までイメージは出ていますけれども、これもインド洋に含まれる大きな経済活動に必要なエリアだと思っています。 当然、海上自衛隊はアデン湾で海賊対処活動をしていますので、そのエリアもこの FOIP の中に含むものになります。これが一つ目の答えです。
So your first question about the free and open Indo-Pacific concept. So the whole concept is about the connectivity of the oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and the theme is about the stability of that area. And as we were showing on the map, it is of course a very wide area, so the image is that all of the countries that are in the region or rely on that stability, and it is the whole economic platform for the countries that are within the area. And as we mentioned in the presentation, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, we also have conduct counter-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden, and that is because it is an area where it is essential for the stability of our economy. So it is all part of the economic platform of the countries in the region.
Thank you. This is a big challenge, Admiral, the definitional challenge. If you go by what His Excellency said in the morning about this region being a civilization, number comes down. You go by the definition of IORA, it is 23 plus 11. But if you go by stakeholdership, the countries that have major stakes in the region, the number goes to 38 or even more. So how do you define it? Is a challenge with this whole idea of Indian Ocean. We prefer to define it by stakeholdership so that it is more inclusive. US, France, Germany, many countries have stakes here. Yeah, any more questions, please? I want to place just two questions for any of the panelists to take. Admiral Nawaz talked about areas beyond natural jurisdiction. Now there is this new concept called Maritime Global Commons. Some see it as an exploitative idea. It gives big powers the opportunity to exploit the marine resources. Some see it as a judicious way of managing maritime resources so that there is a global commons concept and we decide how to probably exploit those resources. In your opinion, which idea is more, probably we should look at it from which perspective is something that I wanted to hear from any of these panelists. And the second idea that I want to leave before the panelists to ponder over is, now we are thinking about marine resources, blue economy, needs of growth and need for sustainability. This is the whole framework within which we are discussing blue economy. Countries have to grow, they have their developmental needs, the resources on the earth are not sufficient anymore, so you should go and exploit the resources in the oceans. And oceans have abundant resources, they can probably supplement the resources that are available, or probably we can do better by using marine resources than using the resources on the earth. But that leads to the question of sustainability, the question of ocean pollution, ocean health and all these issues. Can growth be delinked from oceans? You have certain limit to which you will exploit oceans. Beyond that, in a way, ocean, in the context of ocean, is degrowth. No more dependence on oceans for growth. Is something like that possible? This is a debate that is developing in the world, the degrowth idea. Like you have to somewhere stop exploiting the oceans. Is that an idea worth pondering over? I leave these two questions to panelists. whoever want to take it up?
Okay, I'll take the second question. I think leaving the ocean out, that may not be possible. That may not be necessary. But I like the idea what you said in the beginning, the sustainability, the sustenance of you use these resources to make sure that they remain sustainable. And the challenge which I see, for example, I was hoping this question would come. Essentially, in this region, for example, I'll talk of my country. For example, there is often the lack of awareness about the sustainability issue. For the fisherman who's engaged in destructive fishing practices using the prohibited nets, he has a short-sighted vision to gain, to make some money, but he's not really aware of the long-term damage that it is causing to the ecosystem, and he's not really aware that in the long run, the generations to come will actually not have the resource to benefit from. So I think that where there is lack of awareness, that we need to create, and where there is an awareness and there may be perhaps some lack of responsibility, that needs to be created, that we need to be both aware and responsible in making use or benefiting from this resource. I tend to think that leaving it aside from the growth or not really benefiting from that may not really be a very workable idea. I would tend to say that awareness to make sure that whatever you're doing is sustainable on the long term, and doing it responsibly. So that's what I think.
So there cannot be like Amazon forest, there cannot be Amazon protected ocean. It is not possible, you think. I agree. In fact, you are right. This question of over-exploitation, India and Sri Lanka face it all the time in the Park Strait, this bottom trawling. Although it's not done by fishermen, it is done by big companies with huge, vessels. Complete sweeping of the ocean bed of the resources, marine resources. Yeah, this is a challenge. One is of course awareness. Second is of course stringent governance measures are also required. Commander, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of almost a combination of your two questions. What do I understand by the global commons, and then what do I think about the management? I think the global commons is a collective responsibility, and a realization that we have to manage it globally through. And I thought a lot of your presentation drew out how we can better do that internationally. And then I think there's something about the management of the resources. I think for a farmer on land, it's easily understandable that if you repeatedly try and grow your crops on a stretch of land without allowing the land to recover, your crops will fail. It's not as easy to understand that when you're looking for resource from the sea. And so I think nationally we have a responsibility, in the same way that every government has a responsibility to look after the needs of its people. Protein is an incredibly important source of the majority of the world. But we need to educate those who are going out and effectively doing the equivalent of relaying the crops on the land, but destroying the land's ability to grow the crops. It's got to work long term. It's got to be sustainable, and destroying the aquaculture in a region and then moving on to the next region because you can then destroy that one and then moving on to the next region. It is not sustainable. And so there's an education and a responsibility, and I think that needs to be at the national level into international organizations, because ultimately you're responsible for those who leave your port and you as the government should understand the significance internationally of getting it wrong. And so there's a real balance, isn't there, of trying to support your own population's needs, but at the same time understanding that that's not a long-term solution.
持続的な活動の重要性、取り組みの重要性についてはもう言うまでもないと思っています。ただ我々はその海軍主であるので、やはり海洋の安定ということに力を尽くすべきだと思っています。海洋の安定というのはすべからく経済活動の基盤になり、各国が安定的に海洋を利用して経済活動ができるようになる。もう一度言いますが、海軍主というのはやはり海洋の安定を確保する、グローバルコモンズである海洋の安定を確保するというところに努力を傾注すべきだと思っています。そしてこのゴールダイアログのような場は我々海軍主のメンバーが認識をなるべく共有していく、それを高めていく有効な場になると私は思っています。
Of course, it goes without saying that consideration for the sustainability of economy and environment is, of course, important. However, being in a naval uniform and being part of member of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, we must also focus that on the fact that it is our responsibility to commit to the stability of the oceans, and that will become the basis of the economic activities of each country. And the stability of the global commons, the oceans, is purely the basis of all the economic activities in the private sector. And for example, this event, the Galle Dialogue, is a very good platform for all participating countries to share our views and ideas. So using these opportunities to promote mutual understanding and to promote these efforts is an effort that we respect and should use.
Thank you. I still don't see any further names on my screen. If there is any difficulty with the technology part, you can raise your hand. Yeah, please. One second, one question. Somebody wanted to ask a question here, then we'll come to you, Commander. Yeah, Admiral. This side.
I am Rear Admiral Anwar from Bangladesh. I like to throw my opinion about the last discussion about the sustainable growth. What I understand that the ocean has enough resources to support the mankind, but difference is between the need and desire. What I need, I desire more than that. So there is a instability. We go for over-exploitation. So we need to fix the limit of the growth. If we can do it collectively, I think this question will not arise. And we need to limit the desire, that how much it should be more than the need. In one part, we have over-exploitation. In another part, we have what we need is exploitation is less. So there has to be balanced. If I go beyond my jurisdiction for over-exploitation, that is a problem. And if I don't do the national jurisdiction or I have that, then again there is a problem. So we have many forums. There are forums, bilateral, minilateral, multilateral, and many more you have said. So we need to fix what should be our need and how much we should desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Adding to what you said, countries have different capacities to exploit also. Some countries have more technology availability, more technology access, more financial access to exploit the ocean resources. Many countries don't. So there is an inherent inequality in exploitation of the resources, legitimate exploitation also. Anyway, I have one question though from Professor Da Yong Hang from China. Professor, you please identify yourself. Yeah, mic please.
Okay, so I have a question addressing to Japanese Admiral. ESG has become so important for every country, especially for the developed countries and also emerging new economies. You have mentioned this importance of environmental protection. And we know that a few years ago that Japan and India co-sponsored this Indo-African Economic Corridor. So could you please elaborate something more about these joint efforts of ESG taken by Japan and India? Because recently we are wondering that Japanese government action in releasing this polluted, contaminated nuclear water in the Pacific Ocean, which make many countries doubt about Japanese, because Japan has a good reputation of ESG. You mentioned, you said that Japan is a country that highly attach great importance to ESG, right? But your recent action in Pacific region cannot prove the word that you are going to contribute to the ESG, the ecology, social responsibility, and governance in protecting this planet ocean.
Got it, Professor. Got it.
So could you elaborate a little more? Thank you.
You can take time. Yeah. Meanwhile, sir, you wanted to add something. Yeah. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just to answer your query, sir, I want to add that right now, as per UNCLOS, up to 350 nautical miles of the seabed and subsoil is under the jurisdiction of the coastal country. Up to 350. Beyond that, seabed and subsoil is controlled by the International Seabed Authority in Kingston, Jamaica. So that means anybody who wants to, exploit mineral resources beyond 350, they have to get a license from the International Seabed Authority. That means the global common is also covered. There are 32 licenses so far have been issued by the International Seabed Authority, covering mostly the developed countries. In this area, India, China, Singapore has applied for 2 licenses each. Other countries are not. But also on the water, beyond 200-mile water was also part of the global commons. But now a new treaty has come into, not into force, but has been drafted and approved. That is called biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. That means in the water column, there are resources like marine genetic resource, from which you can actually find out a lot of medicinal benefits, including cancer and others. Western world has already applied for more than 4,000 patents on the maritime genetic resource. But developing countries like us and most of the countries in the Indian Ocean region, we really do not have much of the news. But this BBNG treaty will allow other developed countries to take this resource, but with the consent of the coastal countries, and also they will have to share the benefit with the coastal countries. There will be a data bank. So the global commons is coming some sort of under control by the Dualos UN system as well as International Civil Authority. Thank you, sir, for listening to me and giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
先ほどの中国の教授からの質問に対して答えたいと思います。
I would like to make my response to you, Professor.
一つ目のインドとの関係について SDGs とは直接的に関係ありませんけれども、インド海軍、アメリカ、オーストラリア、日本4カ国の共同訓練枠組みであるマラバールという演習を通じてお互いの戦術技量の向上に努めています。
Although this does not directly involve global sustainable growth, I would like to mention that our ties with India, especially in joint exercise framework called Malabar, including Japan, India, the United States, and Australia, is a big framework that we are making efforts in to build our capacity.
そうした4カ国の共同訓練の枠組みは我々の戦術的な技量向上につながっている。またインターオペラビリティの向上につながっています。それが大目的ですが、それも間接的にインドパシフィックエリアの安定につながっているというふうに考えています。
And the framework itself is aimed at building capacity and improving interoperability, which will which will contribute to the peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region.
おそらく次の先ほど後半の指摘、日本の海洋環境に対するレスポンシビリティなどに対する質問、意見が主なポイントと思われているんだと思います。
And the second part of your question involving Japan's responsibilities towards the maritime environment.
私は海上自衛官ですので、こうした海軍種が集まるダイアローグの場で政治的な要素を占める受け答えをするのがいいかどうか今迷っています。
As I am a member of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, I'm not confident if I should be stepping into some political views in this kind of event.
私はあくまでも制服を着ている海上自衛隊のオフィサーでありますので、答えるこうした場で、中国の教授の方と言い争いになるのは好ましいとは思っていませんが、日本の立場を説明するとすれば、国際的な原子力規制機関である IAEA の科学的な基準に基づいた処置を日本としては取っており、その措置に多くの国が理解を示してくれているというふうに理解しています。
Of course, it is not my intention to have any kind of to be speaking of a political issue at this kind of event, especially because I am in uniform. However, to be clear of Japan's the Japan government's understandings, the Japan's actions are based on international standards shown by the IAEA. And that the global community shows understanding that we have cleared the such standards. That is my understanding.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I don't see any further questions on the screen. No supplementaries, please.
Moderator, excuse me.
No supplementaries, please. No supplementaries.
I just respond to.
No,
I think it's
please.
Okay, it's an ESG issue.
You can discuss with him later because so many issues come up. China releases half of its rural plastic waste into oceans. This is World Bank report. Should we discuss here now? So there are many issues that we need to discuss when it comes to every country has responsibility. We all know countries like Japan, they are big countries, they know. He answered to you that IAEA is involved in the whole process. So international agencies we have to believe. Now we have experiences. Admiral Nawaz talked about adhering to international standards, international conventions. But countries blatantly violate convention orders. Now, conventions have voice, but no teeth. They can give orders, but they cannot implement. Here comes the issue of how much responsibility individual nations take rather than pointing fingers at others. We need to take up responsibility about it, or we need to create a governance model. A model where, that's why I said, it's not just about protesting. It's also about punishing. If something is violated, we cannot just protest, but it also should entail punishment. Today, such conventions are very rare in our system, in our global system. So it is a very complicated issue. We need not probably make it, as Admiral pointed out, not very political, but these are issues which probably need to be approached a little more carefully. Friends, I thought that now that good discussion has happened, I give a couple of minutes for panelists to make any concluding comments if you want to make. Otherwise, we can. You have any concluding comments to make? No? Edward? Okay. Thank you. So. You don't know what I'm going to say. No, wait. Later. Yeah, I will know later. No, I'm not commenting on you. Please take your seat.
It's not political issue.
No, it's fine.
It's a technical issue.
Fine. You can definitely talk to him later. Yeah. Friends, we will close this session here, and our organizers will probably take it forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ram Madhav, for moderating this session and the three speakers for presenting their papers. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Chief of Staff of Sri Lanka Navy, Rear Admiral Pradeep Ratnayake, to present the mementos to the moderator and the three speakers as tokens of appreciation for their participation. Dr. Ram Madhav, the President, India Foundation.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you.
Rear Admiral Takenaka Nobuyaki, the Director General, Operations and Plans Department of the Maritime Staff Office, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force.
Yes, sir.
Vice Admiral Raja Nawaz, Commander Coast of Pakistan Navy. Commodore Simon Kelly, the Deputy Commander, United Kingdom Strike Force of Royal Navy. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the proceedings of day 1 of this conference. We shall conclude the proceedings with refreshments arranged at the Cinnamon Room. The official reception will be held for the invitees of this conference at 1900 hours today at the Aralia Hotel, followed by dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, you can find your seat number for the official reception by swiping your identity card on top of the media box which is placed at the Aralia Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, a shuttle service will be available from the hotel premises to the Aralia Hotel, where the official banquet will be held from 1800 onwards to avoid the rush hour traffic. And I request all the invitees to be present by 1845 hours, please. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
joint venture with government-owned business undertaking Ratna Rakshaka Lanka Limited (RALL) under the Ministry of Defence of Sri Lanka. AGMS is an ISO 9001-2008 company and signatory to International Code of Conduct and listed as a professional member of Security Association of Maritime Industry, UK.